Let me share my screen. Okay, cool. Right, so this is like an unwritten law of virtual webinars. You have to say, I'm going to share my screen, and then you share a screen, right? So thank you for having me, and hello everyone. I hope you guys are doing well, you are safe, and you are at your home. Right? My name is Peeyush Gupta, and I will be talking to you about Hacktoberfest. Right. A quick introduction about me. I work as a senior developer advocate with DigitalOcean. In my previous avatar, I worked as a developer where I created platforms based on cloud native technologies and also help customers migrate their workload from legacy infrastructure to cloud-based infrastructure. I'm an active contributor to Kubernetes Contribex project. You can find me on Kubernetes Slack. My handle there is pen291. You can also find me on Twitter on the same handle. And if you are the kind of person who would rather write down an email, please feel free to send one at pgupta@digitalocean.com. Right. So if you have not heard about it yet, and if the name did not give it away, Hacktoberfest is basically a month-long celebration of open source, and it is organized by DigitalOcean primarily. And this year, we are partnering with two more partners, namely Intel and Dell. Right? And before going into the details, I just want to talk a bit about Hacktoberfest history. We started this program in 2014, right? 6 years back. This is the 7th edition, and at that time we had 676 registrations, right? That's the number of people that signed up. And in 2018 we had more than 130,000 signups, right? So the growth has been phenomenal, not in just of number of signups, also in terms of pull requests, right? We started with what, almost 50,000 pull requests, and till last year we reached almost 500,000 pull requests, right? And that's 500,000 pull requests across all of GitHub, right? That's the kind of contribution we were able to create during that 1 month period, right? Also, in completion, it has been the same exponential growth. We started with 500 completions, and in 2014, and in 2019 we had more than 60,000 completions, right? And this year we are planned to have more. I mean, we already have almost half of the completions already done, right? So the growth has been good. We have been changing the rules as well. There are new things have been coming up. When we started in 2014, we had, I mean, I guess the qualifying criteria was you have to make 50 commits, right? It was not based on PRs or anything. You had to make, the PR should have been merged, right? There should be at least 50 commits on your name. And then we moved to, let's say, 5 PRs, then 6 PRs, and then we decided on 4 PRs, and then we opened it to all of GitHub. We had a rule that we would put Hacktoberfest label on issues, and only those issues would be qualified. So a lot of things have changed, and the program itself is growing, right? I mean, it's not that old of a thing, but yeah, there has been a lot of improvements, a lot of changes that have come up. And Hacktoberfest is not just about making sign-ups, making PRs, or getting those T-shirts, right? Hacktoberfest as a platform or as a program has evolved a way for community to interact with each other, right? Due to the situations going on right now, we cannot have physical interactions, we cannot have physical events or in-person events, but till date, right? I mean, in the past 5 to 6 years, we have seen communities coming together, people coming from different backgrounds, different skill sets, right? People who have never contributed to open source, people who have never never opened a PR, right? Those kind of people coming together and helping each other, creating those PRs, right? So Hacktoberfest has given that platform to open source community, right, where new people are welcome, and also the existing people can share their knowledge, help mentor other participants as well, right? So let's talk about this year's Hacktoberfest, right? Hacktoberfest Fest 2020 is an October long celebration of open source, right? And here individuals can learn, contribute, meet other developers, and they contribute 4 pull requests to earn a limited edition T-shirt, right? Now, when I say this sentence, right, I'm sure most of you are thinking that the key part of this sentence is the T-shirt, but trust me, it's not. The key part of that sentence is uh, learn, contribute, and meet other developers, right? Hacktoberfest creates a platform for you. It gives you a chance where you can explore open source projects, right? You can learn how to contribute to these projects. You can uh, meet developers all across the globe who can help you in growing your skills, in growing your career, uh, in growing you as a person, right? There are a lot of interpersonal skills you learn other than just being the coding skills, right? Uh, this year, as I said, since there are no physical events, we are going with all virtual events, right? This year, one of the things that we did differently was we had September as well, right? I know our marketing team is very good on puns, right? So we made September as September. The idea was to help all the repo owners or all the maintainers uh, to prepare the repositories, to get ready for Hacktoberfest, because when Hacktoberfest comes, right, there are a lot of people who are sending PRs or uh, who just want to know how to contribute, right? So this gives them a chance to create a proper contribution guideline, right, or to tag the issues in a proper way, or if you have some issues, you can just document that so that people can come and look and start contributing, right? And since in this time, right, we don't have any in-person events, we had to create a proper kit for virtual events, right? And we had to update a lot of resources so that events like this can be done, with good guidance and with in a proper way, right? We want to, because as I said, we want to increase interaction with community as well. It's not just about creating those PRs, and how does community come together in the virtual world, right? Now, this probably is the most important part of this whole presentation, right? So, if you want to take something away, take this away from this part, right? So, if you are not paying attention, please do pay, right? Uh, these, so we have some new rules for this year Hacktoberfest, right? And these rules were published today morning. So I'm not sure how many of you are actually aware of them. So one of the first thing is this year Hacktoberfest is opt-in. Right? If somebody has actually taken part in Hacktoberfest before, uh, till date we used to allow sending PRs to any repo. Right? You can just go to any GitHub public repo and send a PR. Right? But that's being stopped this year. This year we will only allow PRs to the repositories where maintainers have actually opt in to get into the program. Like, and how do you opt in? If you see on your screen on the right side, whenever you go to a GitHub repo, there are some topics that particular repo can choose, right? And it usually comes in the about section, right? So maintainers or the repo owners, they can basically go and choose this topic, and as long as that particular repository has that Hacktoberfest topic, right? It would, your PR to that repository would be count towards Hacktoberfest challenge, right? If you submit a PR to a repository which doesn't have a Hacktoberfest topic, it won't be counted towards the challenge, right? So make sure whenever you are sending a PR, you send it to a repo that has actually opted into the program. Second thing is the PR, and the PR should be in one of these three states, right? Either it should be merged, right? If it's hanging around, it won't be counted. Uh, or if it's not merged, because we understand in some open source projects, it might take some more time to get the PR in, right? 1 month might not be enough, right? Projects like Linux or Debian or Kubernetes, right? There are a long list of discussion that goes on just to give the PR a final shape. In those cases, the PR should either be approved by one of the maintainers, right? Projects have multiple uh, multiple maintainers, right? One of the maintainer has to approve it, or if that is also not possible, the PR should have a Hacktoberfest accepted label, right? So right, just to summarize these two things, your PR should be in a repo that has an Hacktoberfest topic or that has opted into the program. Second thing, it should either be merged, or if it's not merged, either it should have an approval of a maintainer, or it should have Hacktoberfest accepted label, right? Don't start sending PRs to each and every repo across the globe. That's not going to help you. And we are also implementing a pretty, okay, well, I will talk about that, the later part of it. But just make sure you understand these rules before you start sending PRs to projects, right? And on our website, we have a pretty friendly GitHub link that can help you find repositories that are opting in into the program. We have around 6,000 or 7,000 last I checked. That many repositories are already taking part. So there is no, there's no lack of repositories, so to say. We have increased the review period. Earlier, the review period used to be 6 days, 7 days. So we have doubled that to give maintainers and the contributors more time to go through the PRs and to understand what exactly that change is, and would it qualify, would it qualify, or should the PR be closed, right? And to do this, to do all of this, the deadline is basically November 1, right? So by November 1, all 4 of your PRs, either they should be merged, or they should be approved by a maintainer, or they should have an Hacktoberfest accepted label, right? Right. And coming back to the, again, the incentive part of it. So what you get if you do all of this, right? And of course you get a t-shirt, right? This year we have dark and light kind of a theme going on. So you get to choose one of these two t-shirts, right? Either a navy blue one or the white one. Other than that, we are also trying to offset our carbon footprint. So if you don't want the t-shirts, right? I mean, a lot of people have a lot of t-shirts, right? And it's not important to just add one more to that pile. You can also choose to get choose to plant trees, right? We have partnered with an NGO called Tree Nation, and if you choose the option of planting a tree, we will donate to them on your behalf, and they will plant a tree. As I said, we have been growing, and with the growth, our community is also growing, right? Last year, we only had Dev as the name partner. We usually used to have only one name partner. But starting this year, we have two name partners, that's Intel and Dev. Intel is already a big name in open source. Dev is a platform for open source developers, and we have also got some name partnerships or sponsorships from Vonage, JetBrains, Circle C, and GitHub, right? And at the bottom, you see these are all our community partners, right? Now the question is, why are we doing Hacktoberfest, right? Why do we keep doing it year after year, right? Uh, one of the thing is what we have seen, when you put people together and when you give them freedom to collaborate, when you give them freedom to work together, they actually create awesome stuff, right? It also creates a learning opportunity uh, for people who are new to open source, who don't know how to, how to contribute, or who have, or people who have that hesitation about, getting started with something. Hacktoberfest provides a platform and a motivation to get started. It helps maintainers welcome new community members, right? A community has to be rotated, right? One person cannot be a maintainer for all his life. It became, most of the maintainers have a day job as well, and sometimes they have to onboard new members, right? Hacktoberfest provides an opportunity to do that. It also helps in growing real world experience for students and for newcomers, how a product or how a code is actually developed in a real world scenario, right? And usually these open source projects are very strict about their coding styles, about what all changes they accept and what all they don't want to accept, and all those kind of things, right? So this gives you a very uh, very very nice platform where you can just understand how things work when you are working with, let's say, 100 developers or 200 developers, right? And of course, I mean, there are a lot of people who have benefited from Hacktoberfest to start with free and open source software, right? There are a lot of companies who are still doing closed source products, and in those cases, right, the employees there or the students in some of the places, they don't get a chance to know about what FOSS is and how you can contribute to them. Hacktoberfest provides a starting point for those people. And of course, the contribution is not just about code, right? You can contribute in any way. It could be code, it could be documentation, it could be, you know, improving the reach in forms of blogs and trainings and events like this, right? It could be anything. And we have had a lot of testimonials where people have actually got jobs when they started with open source project, and that open source project was owned by a company, or there was a company who was using that open source project in their another product line, right? And when they wanted to hire, those people were actually preferred, right? And it also provides you a ladder in your open source contribution cycle. There are a lot of newcomers who actually become contributors. There are a lot of contributors who actually become maintainers, right? And why DigitalOcean does it? Because this is one of our core values, right? One of our core values reads our community is bigger than just us, right? Our DigitalOcean whole tech stack is based on open source, right? And we do contribute to open source in multiple ways, be it pushing fixes that we encounter, be it sponsoring open source project, be it sponsoring foundations, or be it creating a tutorial repository, be it creating going to open source and answering questions for people. And of course, the one of the biggest testament is Hacktoberfest itself, right? And it's for everyone, right? It's not like that we are just focusing on the people who want to get started with open source, right? Of course, if you are a beginner, you get uh, I mean, you get a nice platform where you can just start, and there are a lot of people who are welcoming for you, and you can start contributing. You can start creating your GitHub profile or your open source profile, right? You can start creating your presence in the community. But if you're a contributor, right, who is already contributing to open source, right, uh, who is already familiar with all the GitHubs, PRs, and open source stuff, right? It also gives you a platform to start working more, right? It gives you a motivation to start working more on those projects, and probably you can climb the ladder to become a maintainer, right? And if you are a maintainer who is already owning a repo or who already maintains an open source project, right, you get extra help for your project, right? So basically, there is something for everyone, right, with Hacktoberfest. That I also wanted to share about my Hacktoberfest journey. So I started taking part in Hacktoberfest in 2018, right? It's been 2 years, and I've got 2 t-shirts to prove that. And this was my first PR that I sent. I'm not sure if you can see that. It was sent on 1st October 2018, right? Uh, at that time, I was learning Golang, and I was looking for a cloud native project to contribute to, right? And I found out about a project called OpenEBS, right? What it does is it provides how do you call it? It provides storage solutions for a Kubernetes platform, right? And uh, I wanted to contribute. I mean, I guess around September, but then I got to know that okay, Hacktoberfest is starting in October, so I had all the stuff ready. I had my PR ready, and as soon as it became 1st October, I just sent the PR, right? And it was not nothing big, right? I just added a unit test for one single method, right? I didn't do anything big or anything huge, right? But this was something that was missing, and I wanted to contribute to that, right? And my journey with them continued, right? It's not like I started working with them uh, in 2018, and then after October I just said tada bye bye, I got my t-shirt, right? I continued that journey, and recently I was made maintainer for that project, right? So that's how your journey goes, right? Hacktoberfest helps you find the right project or find the right community where you want to contribute to, and then you continue with that, and probably yeah, you become a maintainer and the repo owner and so on and so forth. Right. That brings me to talk about Hacktoberfest values, right? And again, this is an important part, right? So just pay attention to this. And everyone is welcome, right? Open source community is a place where people are coming from everywhere, right? Different nationalities, different skills, different backgrounds, right? And some of them might take some time to understand things, some of them might be faster on it, right? Some of them have better skills than you, some of them might not have as much skill that you have, right? But just make sure, be kind to everyone, right? Make sure everybody feels welcome, right? And that's one of the core thing, right? Respect people, respect their time, what they're trying to do, right? And what they're actually asking the help with, right? And second part is quantity is fun and quality is key. Oh, sorry about the typo there. It's supposed to be quality is key. Right. And I cannot stress this enough, right? This is one of the core thing about Hacktoberfest, right? Uh, I know the rule says that you send 4 PRs and you get a t-shirt, right? But it's not about sending those 4 PRs, right? Those 4 PRs are supposed to be meaningful contributions, right? Do not, I mean, if you change one line in a README document, right? That's not going to help you. That's not going to help you with your skills, with your career, or with anything. You don't learn anything with that. On the other hand, maintainers also don't get any benefit out of it, right? So the whole point of Hacktoberfest actually gets diluted there, right? So just make sure whenever whatever contribution you are making, whenever you are creating a PR, it has some meaningful impact, right? And that's going to help you. And that brings me to the third value, that's short-term action and long-term impact, right? It's not about creating these 4 PRs in the October, right? And I get a lot of questions regarding this, that how do you uh, how do you find a project to contribute, right? And my answer is always the same thing: find a project where you can see yourself contributing to for a longer term, right? Just don't do it that okay, there is this is going to be an easy fix, then I can just send a couple of PRs and then I will be out of there and I will get my t-shirt, right? There are a lot of people who actually do that, but what you need to understand, it doesn't help anybody, right? So make sure that whenever you are contributing to a project, uh, go through the README, go through the contribution guideline, try to understand what that project is doing, reach out to the maintainers, try to understand what their vision is, and see where you can see yourself contributing to that project in the longer term, right? And that's going to help you build your profile with that community, right? And probably you can become a maintainer of that project one day, right? That's how I grew up, right? uh, I wanted to contribute to a project where I can work with my Golang skills, and that should be a cloud native project, right? And that's how I found OpenEBS, and the community was also very welcoming, and they helped me understand how I can grow. They gave me a proper path on how you can grow on this, right? And that's how the journey is continuing, right? All of that theory is good, but how do you actually get started with this, right? So first thing first, you have to have a GitHub account, right? And once you have the GitHub account, you can just go and register on hacktoberfest.digitalocean.com, right? You should be familiar with GitHub because that's the only platform we support nowadays, right? At least as of now. I don't know if there is any plan to support any other platform, but as long as I can see, it would be GitHub. You can search for repos with Hacktoberfest topic. GitHub has a very nice search feature. I mean, it's not the best in the world, but it gets the job done, right? And find the project that interests you, find the repository that you feel like that is something that uh, that is a match for your skills, right? I mean, if you're a Python developer or a C++ developer or a JavaScript developer, right? Depending on whatever your poison is, right? Just find that project and talk to the maintainers, try to understand what they need help with, right? uh, Most of these repositories would have issues open, right? Comment on the issue that you would want to work on this particular thing, uh, and just create your PRs, right? All these four PRs need to be created between 1st and 31st October, right? And also remember, by 1st November, the PR should be either merged or it should be approved by a maintainer, or it should have an Hacktoberfest accepted label, right? And the most important part, right? Avoid spams, right? I'm not sure if you guys have been following the news on this, but there have been a lot of spams recently, right? Because uh, no matter how good of a thing you are trying to do, there would always be people who will try to game the system, right? And we have seen quite a few of those cases, right, where people just go and create random PRs on some projects, right? Now understand, right? Open source as a community, is there to help you, right? This is something that is making the world the place it is, right? And the maintainers of these projects, they usually have their other job as well. They are not they're not just sitting there and just maintaining that project, right? So when you go and send spam PRs, right, it just wastes their time, right? And it also creates a negative impression about you or what you are trying to do, right? So whenever you send a PR, just make sure it's a meaningful change, and always talk to the maintainers about what they need, right? Don't just send a PR randomly. It's not going to neither going to help you and neither going to help the maintainer in any way, right? And this is a system that we are implementing. Uh, if you send a spam PR, and maintainers can basically label your PR with a spam or invalid, right? So if your change is a spam or if it gets tagged as invalid, uh, and you're doing a lot of that activities, right, you might be barred from Hacktoberfest forever, right? Not just for 1 year, right? So trade carefully, right? Just make sure that whatever you're doing is a meaningful change. I don't want to scare you or anything. I don't know, I shouldn't put all these things in the end, but yeah, just make sure whatever change you are putting in has some meaningful impact, and just have fun, right? There are what, 7,000, 6,000, 7,000 projects, right? Explore them, try to understand how things are working, right? Interact with the developers, interact with the community, right? And who knows, right? I mean, you who knows how you would grow there, right? You might find your next job there, you might find your next maintainer position there, right? So that's all I had. Thank you for being a brilliant audience. Please get in touch if you have any questions, any concerns, or anything you would want to know, or anything you would want to chat about. I have my contact links for LinkedIn, for Twitter, and for email. Or if you would want to try out DigitalOcean, try out the products that we have to offer, you can sign up on the link that's do.co/Hacktoberfest100. And basically, once you sign up, you get $100 credits so that you can try out the products, you can try out our virtual servers, virtual Kubernetes, and managed Kubernetes databases and all those things. So yeah, that's all I had. I am not sure if I have time to answer questions, but if there is any, I would be happy to answer.
That was so great, sir. You provided us insights of Hacktoberfest and all the worthy points on how to make contributions, and also people are doing pull request on the name of it just for but the most important thing you said that you should make pull request in a way that it will be helpful in future also.
Right.
I personally appreciated your approach, and
Yeah.
I would love to hear some more from you guys. If you have any questions, you can raise your hand. Swastik?
If anyone is having any issues, you can simply raise your hand, or you can also write on the questions pin, and we will be glad to be back.
Also, we have the emails. If you have any questions, we can share it through the email.
Right. I mean, you can reach out anywhere, be it LinkedIn, be it Twitter, be it on mail. If there is anything, please feel free to reach out. And thank you, everyone. Bye bye. Have a good Hacktoberfest.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to the other session for the day, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Kushal Seth, who is a month's full stack developer, .NET developer. He has contributed a lot to blockchain. He has also been a major participant of 100 Days of Blockchain, and he has contributed a lot to open source organizations as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and yeah, thank you, Piyush. It was really helpful. The points that you have put, and thank you all the attendees for coming and joining us on the holiday. So, is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, sir, it's perfectly visible. Yes, sir,
Okay.
it's
Yeah.
visible.
Yeah. Thank you. So, guys, welcome again, and this is me. I am Kushal. I am working as a development lead in a company, and I contribute to blockchain, and I have won few blockchain hackathons as well. So there are few projects on which I am working on, which I really like personally, is blockchain based traded bureau system, and there are other intelligent social media systems that I am working with and on different with different teams. So today my talk is all about it's very important to understand what is actually open source, and as Piyush said, open source is a community and we should understand the importance of the community and how the community can be helpful for us and how we can contribute to that community. So first let's start with what is open source software. Like when we say from where this term has come from. So in the 90s there was the first time when Netscape has moved their code to the basically they have moved their code to the open source. um, then there was a discussion between the difference between a free software and an open source software. Basically, open source is free, but what what is the difference that comes when we say, okay, it's an open source project? So, open source project is basically a project in which we open source our code base as well, in which we provide our code base to the means public we make it publicly available, and people can change to the code base, and they can contribute to the code base, and they can um, make enhancement based on their needs. So that is basically a concept of open source and what we call it free software. So free software, before 1990s, it was like we were having the free softwares, but uh, for the first time Netscape come with the concept of, okay, let's make the code base also open source, so that whosoever developer is using it, they can see the code and try to improve it. um, so we will go deeper into it, like uh, why basically open source, basically how it can be helpful for the companies, or how it can be helpful for the developers, or we will also look around uh, what open source community is. So first I will just navigate why open source for the companies. Um, if you are aware, then I think since I am a core Microsoft developer, um, Microsoft have moved all its code to the open source. Like you can see all its code to move to the open source. Microsoft have bought GitHub few years back. Um, So, what is the purpose? Like, even if, like in 2018, Microsoft have tied up with Hacktober to provide the T-shirts. Even the T-shirt which I am wearing is the same. So, I have contributed to the blockchain community of the Microsoft. So, why the companies are moving towards the open source? And if you know, like Google has made the TensorFlow code open sourced. Then, what is the purpose that they are moving their code to the open source? So understanding of the companies is when they make their code open source, they will get quality developers. They will understand the users who are using it, and the developers who are using it can contribute to the projects. And yeah, obviously, it will be mutually beneficial to all the companies. Like, if multiple companies are working on TensorFlow, then if the community is developing something, they can raise for some request, and if the community accepts, then they can develop that feature, and it will actually help to make your software better when uh, uh, when it is open to the uh, to actually use to the actual users, like who are actually using it or selling it to their clients. If I put the code with myself and it's not a open source, and I believe and I think, okay, I can resolve all the problems of my project, then it will not be possible. So that is the main purpose of companies to move their code to the open source, because developers comes and they contribute to the open source and they make the software better. Actually, the software is getting better when the developers across the world are coming and joining them. And it also allow companies to hire the talent, as Peeyush mentioned, like people get into the maintainers, and companies sometimes feel, okay, this is a maintainer who is really valuable. So what they do, they actually like most of the company, what they do, they hire those talent. And um, and if you see in the maintenance cost of the software, then if I am owning an open source project, I can hire 10 maintainers at the full time, and I can maintain a community. That community will help to that community will help to make my product better. And in the same way, in the same time, I will have few of the developer who are actually maintaining all the product, like how it is going on, what is the release cycle. So this is how companies are getting benefit uh, of the open source. Now the point is, okay, companies are getting benefit. Why the developers are coming? Like, why I should come and I should contribute to the open source? So obviously, first point, which was there in my last slide also, companies hire the potential open source contributors. And one more thing, like if you are a developer, you love to build and impact and make some impact, which make some impact to a product. Like um, you, if you are a developer, you always feel, okay, if I contribute to a open source project, and it will actually it will be a feeling of proud that, okay, you are contributing to an open source project that is actually few people are using it. So that is a feeling of proud. And also you will get connected to a very strong network. Obviously you will see so many people coming around from the world, and they will be a part of your community, and you can discuss what they are building, and you can always connect with them and understand what's new in the tech space. So even I have seen the developers who have built their open source projects, and uh, later those companies or that projects have moved to the full time, or uh, or the features which are actually used by lots of users, and they have moved from the open source to a actual product which users are using it. So this is like how the developers can get the benefit. Now the point is, before before pitching in, we should understand what the community is. Uh, Open source is a community. We should understand the importance of people here. If I say means um, if you see my means if you just roam around the Git, even I have so many Git repos. There are so many repos in which only I am the only single contributor, or there are so many repos in which you are not having the people contributing from different parts of the world. Why that is happening? Because if you really want your product to be open source, and you want that to be valued by the others as well, you should build a community. That And how you will build a community, that is by discussing, by um, by discussing your ideas, by listening to their ideas. It's very important to listen to someone's idea, because obviously this is your project. If you are building a project, open source project, this is your project, and you govern that. But when we talk about the community, it's not like you are the one who is governing it. It's the community who actually drives the product. You are a part of the community. You are not a owner, or like I must say, you are not you you, you obviously practically you are a owner, but if you say it's a basically a community of the people who actually come together and build that product and make that open source community. So it's more than the code, it's about the community, how we build it. So um, so as I said, it's about the community, and it's about gathering the people together, listening to them. And there is one more thing, like we should be open to welcome the new contributors. It's something which is very important. If we are building a open source community, it's very important that we welcome the newcomers, we listen to them, because they might be like they might be from some other background, or they are like not from the core, or they might be like they are from some other technology and you are on some other technology. So we should always welcome to the new contributor, listen to them, and obviously we can always provide them some onboarding steps, so that whenever they come to our repository, they should know, okay, this is how I have to start working on the community, on this repository, so that they will become a familiar with the they become familiar with your project and they understand your project. You can write that in a MD file, and you can mention, okay, these are the things that the newcomers can do. And you can always being a newcomer, how um, you can always put some of the labels in your repo. Okay, these are the labels only for the newcomers or the first time contributors, so that it will actually help the newcomers to come and connect with your project. And you should always be open to listen the ideas. Obviously there might be ideas which may go totally against your product plan, but you can at least listen to them, and how a person why a person is suggesting that idea, that is very important to listen. So now the point is, okay, I we understood what is open source community and uh, how our open source community should be. It should be warming, it should be welcoming. And but being a new contributor, what are my responsibilities? Like I am the first time contributor, and what are my responsibilities being into this uh, particular new community? So first thing is, I should understand how that particular project is uh, build, what is the branching system they are following, how they are maintaining the versioning of the project. And you should also read code of conduct. About code of conduct, I must say, why when we say we are building a community, it's not about writing the code of conduct, it's about being active in the community. uh, if some new contributor came and you are just mentioning this is a code of conduct, you have to do it like this. People are not machines, they are all human beings, and they their thought process could be different. So you have to understand the thought process when you are community owner. And when you're a new contributor, you should understand the code of conduct and always ask to the maintainers, like sir, I don't understand, or even no need of saying sir, or like whatever, like you feel comfortable with, sir or Peeyush, or whatever name you feel like. So you can always say, okay, I want to contribute to this code base. And one more thing, like being a new contributor, I think this is some really great thing which Hacktober community has done, by bringing that our repo should be opted in. Because what happens sometimes, really what happens uh, when there are so many products which are in their other phase of development. Like I could have a product, in might be I have a product and it is going for a production this next week. So I will not entertain the pull request. So it's very important to understand what all repos are actually opted in. And so, if I say, like, these are the labels which I feel you can start with, like good first time issue you can search, along with the, obviously if it is opted in, then good first time issue would be very nice for you to start coding. And also, like if I see as like we saw it in the previous slide, the thing should be meaningful. Even I have seen so many pull requests in October where people are just sending by adding a colon to a sentence and they are saying it's my fourth pull request, please merge it. So see, Hacktoberfest is an introduction or it's a golden gate for you to enter to the open source. I feel if you contribute to one repo or one project that is really like that is really so if you put some meaningful thing into that particular repo, then I think that is more important than raising the pull request like these, because these are something which actually if I am building if I am like having some product release and I see these kind of pull requests, obviously these are something annoying to me because these are not adding value. They may add value when you push it with your some other changes as well. So be meaningful and take advantage of this golden gate which Hacktoberfest has provided. And this is a very nice JetBrains survey which happened in 2020. They are conducting it uh, every like I think every year. So in this JetBrains survey, I found some of them good slides which is like um, do this is a link you guys can go and just check it out. So do you contribute to the open projects? So 40% said no, but they want to. So there are so many people who want to contribute to the open source, and Hacktoberfest is really a gate for you guys to enter to that particular open source thing. And these are like what kind of softwares basically developers are building. They are building websites, utilities. I think utilities is a very nice thing. You can, if you want to start a repo, utility is a very nice thing to start with. Just create a small utility that can be helpful for others as well. And this is something which how much time do you spend on uh, personal programming or side projects? So about 38% of the people spend around 3 to 8 hours a week on the open source projects or like personal programming. Uh, Thank you guys. This is me, Kushal, and you can always connect me on any of these handlers and enjoy the journey. Basically, I must say it's a very nice journey. You will come across very nice people, and I think next presenters are also very nice who will help you to basically uh, who will help you to basically actually understand how Git works, how versioning works, and we have a proper workshop for you guys as well. So uh, thank you guys, and always feel free to send me a mail or anything. Like you will get a mail on my Twitter or LinkedIn, so you can send from there. Uh, I think some query. If anyone have any query or question, feel free to ask me now, later, anytime.
That was really remarkable, sir. It was full of valuable information. I really liked your ability to present such a complex topic like open source. Like it sounds full of complexity, but you taught in such an interesting way. And I am sure you guys all can benefit immediately from the methods Mr. Kushal had suggested for starting into open source.
Yeah,
Guys,
thank you.
guys, if you have any question, you can raise your hand or just type in the text box. Also,
Yeah,
we will.
even whatever is comfortable with you guys. Like if you want to discuss separately, no problem. You can ping me or whatever is comfortable with you guys.
Yes, sir. We will do that. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sure you guys are feeling some turbulence around. Now, moving on to the other technical session of the day. It's my warm pleasure to introduce Mr. Sarnava Konar, who will be sharing his deep knowledge about version control system. He is a software developer at Siemens Healthineers. He has been into Cryo 2020, MyTex 2019, DRDO 2018. Also, he is an NIT Durgapur alumni. Sir, we would like to hear from you.
Hi. Hi. Hello. Hello,
Yes.
everyone. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. Okay. So, I will be giving my talk on. Wait, let me share my screen.
Sir.
Yeah. So my screen is visible, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I will be giving my talk on an overview of VCS, or the version control system, and I like to start. Just a second. Okay. So yeah, I like to start with VCS, and I hope, as they already said about me, so I am presently a software engineer with Siemens Healthineers, and I am just out of my college this June, and I freshly joined Siemens after my college. I am a graduate in electronics and communications engineering from NIT Durgapur. So what is version control system, or VCS? Simply, if you say in simple language, it is a class of systems, or you can say software, that helps a team, okay, to manage the source code over a period of time. Okay. So if you want to ask what is that, what is this source code or something like this, which are saying that VCS helps to manage. So suppose that let's talk that we are a group of people, or a group of writers, who are writing a book. Okay, so suppose all of us are writing a book, and each of us has been given responsibility of a certain portion. Suppose you are been given the responsibility of writing chapter 1. I have been given the responsibility of writing chapter 2. Someone else has been given the responsibility of writing the bibliography, someone the conclusion, etc. Okay, so what we are doing, like, we are all working independently, and we are all working in our own pace and time. So we don't know, like, when is someone else is writing one so suppose chapter, or when we are completing another chapter. So this entire team, when works together to produce a product, okay, so that managing that entire work, so that the entire team can collaborate, is the work of this VCS, or version control system. So what we understood, that it is nothing but a software or a system which you can say that helps a team to manage the entire source code over a period of time. So what is the second point? It means that it allows us to manage multiple versions of the same unit of information. So that when we produce that book, or we will have multiple versions of it. Suppose after 1 month we will be being completed with around 30% of the book. Okay, after 2 months maybe 50%. Okay, so after every period of time, you can say that we will have a particular state of the book, okay, which will be done, which needs to be managed, so that we can have a final product which is efficient, and which is uh, entire work of the team. So we need to manage the versions. Okay, so that is the thing that we need to version control systems help us to manage the various releases, okay, of the product which we are trying to work on. Fine. The initial idea on what is VCS is clear, I hope. Any questions or something? Fine. So I'll move on. So what is the main, like, you can say, like, what is, like, why do people use VCS? The first thing is, I hope you have understood from the previous slide, is that VCS helps you to do what? VCS helps you to collaborate on a team work. Okay. And also, like, something like, I will get into the advantages of why VCS is there, or what are the like main features of why people use VCS. But if you see, like, what it does, what VCS does is it gives us a backup in the form of a history, line by line. Okay. So what does this mean? Like, when we are working with VCS, when whatever we are doing is stored, like, is stored in a, if you can say, it is backed up in a form of history with every line by line. Suppose I've been working, I am working in that book, and I have been given to work on chapter 1. So I first write chapter 1. I say I completed a part of the chapter. Another tomorrow I do another one, added pictures, etc., etc. Okay. So suppose after some days I go and I suddenly lose my work. Okay. So what do? I can easily backtrack to the past and see what I have done and come back to a point from where we can start again. Okay, without repeating our work. So this is what I mean by a backtracking to a form of a history. Okay, which was I was working earlier on. Fine. So that is one of the main advantages of VCS, or version control system. So yeah, as I was saying, not just backup or history, we have a lot of other advantages on why each and every organization uses version control system. One is the make backups, which I already said to you. So what is the make backups? As I already gave the example, keep history. Yeah. So like, when I'm writing chapter 1 of our book, which everyone else is collaborating on, so I don't write chapter 1 in a single flow, right? In a single, in one day only. So I have the entire history. Is like, suppose I first day write first page, second page, third day maybe the images and all these things. So I have the entire, the flow of the history on how I have written this chapter, so that in future we can come back and have a look on this, and maybe like learn from what we have done and the way which we have proceeded with to write the chapter. So the changes, yeah, so every change, like, we can reflect on every change we have made from the current state of the code. Experiment as in what? Suppose our code, suppose we have a current state of the book, and we don't like, and we have been trying to introduce some more or in say information in the book, but we don't know whether that will go with that book or not. So what we can do is we can experiment by in another branch of the book. Okay, so what does that mean? We can make out a branch of the current state of the book and experiment in that branch. Okay, so that it won't make any changes in the original main product branch, which our book is now present in, but we will be working in a different experiment branch. So that is the thing. What experiment means. Collaborate as in, from the first slide only we have understood that it helps us to collaborate in a team and produce an efficient work. Enforces discipline. How? It's like everyone will be like forced. You can say everyone will be forced to, like, have a particular style of working. Okay, wherein they will like abide by the rules of the organization. Okay, and uh, like keep a track of their work. Archive versions, as I have already said from my previous slide, is that you can archive and keep track of the various versions of the product on which you are working on with the help of VCS. Now, what are the types of VCS? is a centralized VCS and distributed VCS. So we will deliberate on this more. What is centralized VCS? Now, centralized VCS is a VCS in which the entire project is stored in a single server. Okay. So the entire work, the entire product in which we are working on is saved to a central server. Okay. And what everyone does is every developer or every team member sends their changes to the central copy of the project. Fine. So you can imagine like this, that there is some central computer in which all of the code is, or all of the work of your team is saved. And what happens is, whenever I want to change, suppose I am working on chapter 1, you are working on chapter 2, etc., etc. Whatever, whenever we are trying to change something, we only can like change in that main server. We have to send a request and change to the main server, and it will get changed, and again that process will continue. Okay. So that is a centralized VCS. And what are the examples of centralized VCS? It is CVS, or concurrent version system, and subversion. Fine. So this goes centralized VCS. What is next is distributed VCS. So what is distributed VCS? Like in the previous centralized version, there was only one copy of the entire project in every, like in one single server. Now what happens is that the project which we all were working on is mirrored in all of our computers. So suppose we are a team of 10 people, and what happens is that that project is present, okay, in everyone's computer with the history. Okay, what do I mean by history? The history as in the how the project was changed over the period of time since it was made. Okay, so what are examples of few distributed VCS? Is Git and Mercurial. Okay, so after like in this workshop, we will webinar, we will know more about Git, and we will be learning how to make a pull request and other things with Git. Okay, so I think you will all be very excited on knowing what is Git. So understand that whenever people will give you a lecture on Git, it's a distributed VCS. Okay. So what are the advantages of distributed VCS over centralized VCS? One is speed. And can anyone tell me like how like why the advantage of speed is there in VCS over CVCS? Anyone? You can unmute and say like if you have any answer in your mind.
You can just raise your hands and I will unmute you and then you can speak.
Fine. So I will go on with this. Is this why the speed is more in DVCS? Because you see that whenever we are supposed to change something in a CVCS, what we have to do is that we have to change the thing in the central server. Okay. So what we have to do is here the network performance comes into effect, right? Why? Because we have to always access the central server and tell that, see, I want to change this thing, and then it will get changed over there, and then it will be reflected everywhere. Okay, so what happens is that every time we're changing something, we have to access that central server. So here the performance of the network also comes into effect, right? While what happens in DVCS is that we don't have to like hit the central server every time. Like there is no central server only, right? Everyone's computer has the copy of that product which we are working on. So we don't have the performance of the network, the performance of the connection does not come into effect over here, and the speed is much like the DVCS is much faster as compared to CVCS because it does not depend on the network's performance. Okay. Now, what is this meaning of offline access? When we're working on CBCS, we have to, for making our changes come into effect, we always have to hit the central server or make the changes in the central server. So we can't be on offline when we are working in CVCS, but in DVCS, it's everything local. It's the system which you are the product which you are working on saved in my own local system, right? So I can be offline when working in DVCS, right? So that is another advantage of DVCS. And another thing is nearly all of the open source organization use distributed version control system. So as I said, GitHub, the Hacktoberfest, like, you know, right, who is organizing Hacktoberfest? DigitalOcean, and so in collaboration with GitHub. Okay, so GitHub, all like there's a difference between Git and GitHub, which I will come, which I will touch upon, because the next presenter will be giving a lot of in-depth details discussion on that. So most of the open source organization, you remember, use DVCS. Okay, well, most of them will be having their repos, like have their projects on Git. Okay, so now that is the reason. One more reason is that DVCS is much popular than CVCS. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so what is a Git? Sorry, what is Git? Not what is a Git. So Git is a revision control system which is based on DVCS. So in a simple way, you can say that Git is a form, like Git is an example, or Git is a part of, like, not a part, is an example of the distributed version control system. Okay, and it is a tool to manage our source code history. Like as I was saying, is like nothing but Git helps us to collaborate on our work. Okay, giving us perfect backup. Okay, and also the line by line history of how our product has reached this particular stage, the particular present stage. Okay, so that we can easily go back to any uh, past state of the project and can start from there, or like we can go back to any past state of the project to reflect on something, to maybe start from something, to start from that state. Okay, and then develop. Fine. So Git is free and open source, as we know. Like there is, like, you can also use Git without paying any money to any organization. Like we have to pay money to Windows, like Microsoft, for using Windows. Git is like nothing like that. It's like free. You can use it. Okay. It's open source. Its code is available in the internet. You can go and even contribute if you know like how Git works. And what is a GitHub? Okay, so like I'm just touching upon Git and GitHub because like excessive, like the more details on this will be given by the next presenter, who will teach you to write how to make a pull request with Git and GitHub. So GitHub is nothing but a website, while Git is not. GitHub is, if you go and search GitHub in the internet, in Google, or any other browser, you will see that a website will come up. If you have an account in GitHub, well and fine, you can start contributing. Okay, you can start exploring. But if you are not having an account, they will ask you to create an account. So you can say it's a website, or it's a like a site like which gives you the ability to work with Git. Okay, so while Git is not, Git is that system. Git is that form of the DVCS. Okay, so Git is a, you can say, a like a class of software which helps you to work with this distributed version control system. But GitHub is a website. Okay, so GitHub is responsible for hosting the Git repos. Okay, so there is a difference between Git and GitHub. Don't confuse, or don't get confused between these two. And remember that there is no GitHub without Git, because GitHub depends on Git. Okay, so Git is that entire system, okay, which is being used by GitHub, okay, to help us make use of the features of Git. But there is no GitHub without, like, I guess you got my point, right? That without Git, without that system, without the core values of that software, we wouldn't have the website which helps us use it. So if Git was not there, GitHub wouldn't be there, because if the system is not there, how can our website make use of that system, right? So, and the last part of the presentation, some common terms, okay, which we will hear very much in the next a few sessions, is this repositories or repos. Okay, so since like I was giving an overview on VCS, I thought that you must have some basic knowledge on all these things, so that you don't like you know the terms actually, okay, so that you don't feel out of the place when you are going through the next sessions. What's the repositories? Repositories is nothing but the like the base of our projects, okay, where when we work, okay, suppose we were working together on a novel, right? We were writing a book. So suppose that the we started with our novel, okay, the starting point of the novel was there in a repo, okay, or a repository, and every time we make a change and which our manager accepts to, okay, so we will make our change to the main repo, or like the main branch of the repo. What is branch and other things will also be like be more detailed discussion will be done in the next talk. Okay, so what happens is that uh, all our successive changes which are accepted by your organization, okay, will be reflected in the repos. So you can say that a repo is a like a container which has our base code, okay, and also the code for the other works, okay, or for the other features which are being written now and getting like successively accepted or rejected maybe. Okay, so a repo has two areas, a working area and a staging area. So what does that mean, working and stages? The files we are working on is is present in the working area. So like we are creating maybe files, we are deleting files, we are editing them, we are like changing some contents of file to something else, okay. So the area on which we are doing that is known as a working area, and then is the staging area. So what do I mean by the staging area? So after like uh, after we have done this, say after that we line up those files, and when we move to staging area, we assemble the stages and leave a note about what it is about. Suppose I was working with chapter 1, if you remember, right? So I suppose for today I added 10 images to chapter 1, okay. I added those 10 images in the working area, and when I staged them, okay, so I left a message that I have added 10 images for chapter 1, okay. So this is the staging area, fine. So we may add different lines, paras, pictures, but at the end, we must keep the main working in an ordered manner with a proper history and backup. Okay. So this goes the two areas, working and stages. We also have a feature to create branches. The thing which I was talking in point number 1 of the repository or repos is that when we are working on a project, okay, so there will be a main branch which will have the present state of the code which is working and which is available to the public. And what we are doing is we are making branches from that main code. Suppose I am working on chapter 1, so I will make a branch from that main code and say that working on chapter 1, so that whenever I am working and making changes on the chapter 1, it will be reflected in that chapter 1 branch and not the main branch, because a lot of other guys are also working on chapter 2, chapter 3, bibliography, contents, etc., right? So like if everyone is together changing the thing in the main branch, okay, so the work will get haphazard, right? There will be no collaboration, there will be no efficiency. Someone suppose has added one image in chapter 1, and another guy who was working with like chapter 2 is that this image doesn't look good, let me remove it, okay. Or maybe like someone added this and someone removed a particular line, someone added that particular line again. So it will be getting haphazard and confusing. So what we do is we create our branches for our work, and then after the work is permitted by the our managers, what we do is we take our changes from our branch and merge it to the main branch, okay, so that we will have a final state wherein the entire work of the team is in a uh, collective place which is efficient and not confusing. So that is the concept of the branches. And there are various git commands which will help us to use git to do version controlling of our project or our product, okay. while GitHub also has UI options nowadays, which helps you like with the help of a mouse click, you can like change your files, you can add your files, you can like then commit them, okay, and even create pull requests, okay. So GitHub also has UI, which will be also talked upon in a detailed manner in the next hour. So these are the few common terms which I hope will help you be in good stead. With that, thank you. I come to the end of the overview of VCS. I hope you like enjoyed the session. Thank you.
And we have
Thank
a
you,
message
sir.
from one of our attendees. He actually liked your examples a lot. He has messaged that, and he liked your examples a lot. That's what he said. It's Tridi Parik, and that's a message from him.
Okay, thank you. Like, yeah, we need to use examples, right? Otherwise, people who are starting with this won't get it if we just use technical jargon in the very first like session of their lives in Git or GitHub. Anyways, thanks a lot. Any question regarding what I said?
Your session was full of like valuable information, and it was full of zeal. It's raised the spirit of the show. Thank you for such an inspiring session, guys. If you
Okay.
have any questions, you can just type in the text box, or we will be dropping the mails. You can send your queries in there.
Second, Suryanshu has raised his hand. Do you want to say something? Suryanshu, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening, sir. Actually,
Yeah.
sir, I wanted to ask a question. You said that DVCS are better than CVCS and generally used all around the globe. So, are
Hmm.
CVCS still in use or are they completely obsolete?
No, they're still in use. Like I gave some examples, right? Although I have never used CVCS myself, okay, and neither my organizations which I've worked with use CVCS, but yeah, still they're still in use. Like CVCS is, as I gave the exam, Subversion is still in use. CVS is also in use. So maybe few people still work with that, but like I have
But
never
sir,
worked with.
are they better than DVCS in any case?
Um, I have not
Like,
found any point of why they are better. Like that why DVCS, why CVCS may be better than DVCS. Okay, so
okay. Okay.
like I hope you got it. Like I have not found any point which will make me move from DVCS to CVCS. Okay, so I have been
Okay.
working with open source or in collaborative projects over the years. So I don't have find any point which will make me move from DVCS to CVCS. Maybe people those who are working with CVCS will know better on this. So
Okay, sir.
not for me at
Sure,
least.
sure, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Fine. Thank you.
Hello. So moving on to the next session of the day. Now I would like to introduce Mr. Hardhik Mallipeddi, the software engineer at GitHub. He has worked before at Microsoft. He has completed BTech and MS in Computer Science from IIIT. Hi Hardik, to add glory in this atmosphere and to develop the skill of excellence, I request him to share his screen and
Uh,
start the
hey,
session.
Hi Priya. I guess I'm visible now.
Yeah, yeah, it's perfectly
Uh,
fine. You can start your
can you see my
session on
screen?
understanding. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, great.
You can start your session on
So,
understanding Git and GitHub.
yep. So let's get started, guys. As Priya has already introduced me, I work for GitHub right now. I used to work for Microsoft before, but then Microsoft acquired GitHub, and then me, along with a few other colleagues, had changed from Microsoft to GitHub to start the GitHub's India branch office. So, good evening, everyone, and I hope you're having a good time. Peeyush, Kushal, and Sarnava had already gone through a lot of stuff today evening. And okay, so I wanted this session to be interactive. but I see that it is a raise hand option, and then you need to put comments and all. Let's see where we go there. But before that, just a second. Yeah.
If anybody has something to answer, can we allow them to unmute themselves?
Yeah, please. That would be the best thing to do, right? Uh, okay, just a second. Yeah. So hi guys, this is my image. I'm just putting it here. So I had this slide, and just to give an introduction of what this session is going to be. We're going to talk about Git, the technology Git, which is nothing but a source version control software, and also about GitHub. So I wanted this session to be very interactive, and let's start with some fun activity. Okay, who is your favorite actor? My favorite actor is Hrithik Roshan, and you know how he sets the stage on fire, right? So what Git gives you is a power, is the power to each and every one of you to contribute to the open source softwares. So like Peeyush had already mentioned, and Kushal has also reiterated it. What is open source and the importance of open source in this current worldview and the power it gives you. It uh, it it enables everyone to make your contributions visible to the whole world. And GitHub is just a place where you can post your code so that whatever development work that you're doing, whatever softwares that you're building, or whatever softwares that you want to use from other people that have built it, you can go there and acquire it for free. Just download the code, just compile it locally and use it. That's how simple it is. But then what are we as a developers, or like we as contributors, what can we do? Uh, so yeah, like you said, like I just said, you can go copy any code from the GitHub and then compile it and use it. But at the same time, it's being developed by someone out there, right? So you can be that someone. You can go and contribute to the existing projects, make them better, make them faster, or even you can just add README documents that are there to the existing projects. You can go and edit them. It helps the future developers or whoever is there, whoever wants to get started on the project to understand it better. Even fixing a small typo in a code or fixing a small typo in a README file is equally important. uh, though for Hacktoberfest, we would encourage you to, make proper significant contributions. And the main goal is to have you as a long-term open source enthusiast. So yeah, what is GitHub? Like GitHub is just a website that hosts your code or anyone's code, and there are about 50 million users worldwide. And this is not the current number. This is the number from last year, August. So just imagine how many more users are there currently. It might be around 70 or maybe 80, I don't know. But yeah, so that's the scale of the impact that you will be having. So there are 50 million users who contribute to the projects on Git. But when you see to the software that you use, from any software by any company that you take, there will be at least one component of it, or like they'll be dependent on some other software which are open source and which are available for you, to go and take the code, see what is going on inside that code and all. There are about 100 million repositories on GitHub itself. There are many other companies that give you Git hosting services, but again, uh, having access to like 100 million repositories is a really big uh, opportunity for you to create impact and to learn, to grow, and to have yourself as an individual who can go to a potential employer and say that, yeah, see, I have so many contributions to the open source. You can go and check them out because it's open. Even they can see what your impact is, and it really helps a lot of people to get their first jobs, or even to shift jobs based on their contributions, to explore different technologies and to learn and experiment with them, so that you become a better professional yourself, and better as a learner, as a student. You grow, and then you just explore things basically. And during the exploration, you even contribute. So you are helping others while the others are helping you. It's a community where all the developers help each other. So yeah, that's I'll not go on talking about this much more. I think that gives you a good idea of what Git and GitHub in a gist is, right? Uh, and just to give the stats, Microsoft is the largest contributor on GitHub right now with thousands of repositories which are open. Even Google and Facebook and Apple, all of this have many repositories that they use and they contribute back to. So suppose you're using a project of C or C Sharp or .NET or Python, or say some JavaScript or TypeScript compilers that you use for front end, for React, everything is on GitHub. So if you're facing some issue using the software, go to see the code, debug it, and see what line is causing that error, and then you can fix it yourself. You can even contribute back to the open source, so many other people who will use it in future can benefit from it. So let's get started. Like, why GitHub? Why do I even need Git? Why GitHub, or why Git basically? Let's delve into some personal story. So about a year ago, last year, August, September timeframe, I was in my college. I was working on my thesis project. So my thesis project, I'll not get into the technicals of it, but then it required me to write my thesis template, the document itself. Like, it's thesis is just like your research paper and all of that stuff, right? So for that, I had to have my code somewhere on my, like typically you have it on your laptop, in your desktop, your lab system. But I also had a server on which I used to run my experiments on. So I had my code on my laptop. I used to push it, like I used to copy paste, or like you can say upload my code to the server and then run it there. If there are any issues over there or there are any problems, then again I write on my laptop and then again I upload it to the server and then it was a tiresome task. So what I did, I just initiated a Git repository over there. I used to do whatever the coding I wanted and just push a single command, and all my code is uploaded to the server and ready to go and run experiments on it. But then I was a very skeptical student, because my whole life, my whole research, everything was dependent on this particular code repository. So what did I do? I wanted a backup of it. So I had a since I was very skeptical, I'll be honest, I was very, very skeptical of losing my code if I had it only on my laptop. If someone steals my laptop, I can't do my whole research again. If the server crashes, I can't go and write the whole code again. So there were some fears, right? So I wanted to have it more robust way. So this is what I did. I had my code on the college server. I had it on my laptop. I had it on my lab desktop. I had a backup of the folder on which the Git code was there. Backed it up on the OneDrive and also backed it up on GitHub. And yeah, so I shall neither deny nor accept that I also had a copy on my pen drive, just to be sure. If all of this goes all of this goes down, maybe you don't know, if the world comes to an end, maybe the pen drive will all is all that will be remaining, right? So this is the level of backups and all that I had. But this is not really required, and you can just have a single copy on your local system, on your local laptop, while also having a Git backed copy on the servers of GitHub. So GitHub company provides you with a free access, free hosting service for all of your code. You just pull any code, you can modify it, and then push it back to the GitHub servers. You can have your own private repositories. You can pull public repositories. You can create your own public repositories and ask others to contribute to it. There are tons of possibilities, right? So this is what Git and GitHub is all about. You can create your own repositories. You can have it backed up on the servers. Others can contribute to it. You can contribute to the others. But how do you do it? Yeah. So think of uh, think of your code developing process as a story, right? Or like a game. When you play video games, you go to certain checkpoints and you save and close, so that when you come back to the video game, you resume from there, right? You don't start from the level one. If there are 10 levels in a game, you want to go to level 5 and save it there. And then when you come back, you want to continue from there. So similarly, you can think of Git commits as checkpoints, like in the game. So when you're writing your code, at some point you feel like you need a break, or this is a working state. So my version 1 of the web, so I want to develop a website. I developed a website, simple page, and I just want to save it over there. So I'll just go, I'll say this is my first checkpoint. So I'll just go do a git commit. So we call it commit points, you can say, right? So I had my first commit, then I go do my regular stuff, come back tomorrow, and then work on my code again, and then make another commit. So your logical checkpoints are nothing but git commits. Why is this better? Because whenever you see that uh, you're not in the mood and you made some mistakes on the way, and you messed up the code. Now you want to go back to the previous version where your website was actually working. You made some changes that it crashed, and now you can't figure out how many undos you need to do in different files that are there. You don't know what all changes you made which caused this website to crash, and then it's very hard, tiresome thing to go and do undo of each of those steps, right? So what you do is you just go to a previous commit. It's like a checkpoint. You just go back to level 5 and start again to level 6, right? So this is what a typical flow of your code development looks like. So you start at point 0, you write some code, do a checkpoint, do a commit, save it for future use, then go ahead and then do another commit and keep on committing. And this works very well when you are alone working on your project. But what about it's a team project? What about when the situation is that you have to collaborate with your teammates for a project development? You want to have the same code base, but you want your friends to work on the front end while you work on the back end, or they'll working on back end, and multiple people can be working on the back end at the same time. What do you do then? At that time, it becomes cumbersome to you have your commit, send your code to them, let them commit, you get the code and then commit again. Instead of that, you can have copies of the code and on your laptop, his laptop, and also on GitHub. So what happens is you are having your own checkpoint, you're having your own stories, you can go on saving the code, and your colleague also, he's also developing his code, he's also, or he or she is also developing their code. They're making more and more commits, they're progressing towards the project deadline. But then there comes a point where you have to merge your code, right? You can't just say he'll work on the front end while I'll work on back end, and then on the final project deadline day I'll just merge it and show it. It doesn't work like that. You need to keep testing it, you need to keep iterating over it, you need to merge your code together, you need to test it out. So what do? You have the repo on GitHub, you pull your copy, he pulls his copy, and then you both work on it individually, and then you both push them, and then you merge your changes, right? So a typical workflow would look something like this. I don't know if my mouse pointer is visible, but if it's visible, so this is the starting point. And then at some time, you forked off a branch. Say Nala is a person who wanted to make some feature changes, who forked off a branch. Forked off a branch is nothing but making a copy of the current main branch that is there for your repository. They just make a copy of the files, whatever files are there, all of them, they make it into their local system, and then they make changes. They can make a single commit or multiple commits. Like you see, there's another person called Mona Lisa who has pulled the repository to the local laptop, made 3 commits along the way, and now wants to merge it back, right? So when you want to merge it back to the main branch, what do? You create basically when you fork your branch, the main branch can still exist. So it's like a copy of your branch. The main branch still exists on GitHub. The other person has also made a copy. They have their own working copy. You have your own working copy. The main unedited version is still on GitHub. So when you want to merge your changes as your project progresses, you push them to the server. But you are on a different branch. You forked off a branch. You created your own local copy, right? So when you create your own copy, which diverges from the main branch. So think of this as think of the main single line that you see over here with the arrow mark as the main branch, and the diverging line that you see is the copy of your branch, right? So when you created a branch, it made a copy. You made some commits along the way. Now you want to merge it back into the main branch. You want to push your changes onto the main branch so the others can pull it and test it out. So you create something called a pull request. So pull request, technically, it's a term for uh, requesting the maintainers of the project. Whoever is the head of the project, who's a maintainer for the project, you ask them that, hey, these are my changes. I made some commits and I want them to be on the main branch. I want to contribute to your project. So please pull these files onto the main branch. So you're asking them to pull your files onto the main branch to make a master copy. So it's a pull request. And then it's a proposal, right? When you create a proposal with the changes of the code that you made, there will be a discussion on it. So some maintainer might not like your changes. Some maintainer might have comments on your changes saying that, hey, you used a for loop here. Why don't you use a while loop? Or your variable names are not descriptive enough. Please go and change them so that others can understand them better. or someone might like to add a lot of comments, right? So they'll ask you to explain your code on the comment better. So this all happens after you create the pull request and before you actually merge your changes onto the main branch. So this discussion process goes on between you and the maintainers. You can also create more commits during this discussion, right? So if you want to go and make some changes based on the maintainer comments on the discussion thread, you'll go make those changes, make more commits, and then you'll update your pull request. Then once everything looks good, all of your comments on the discussion thread have been addressed, then the final step is merge. Hooray! So you got all of your changes back onto the main branch, right? So this is I don't know if I'm rushing through the topics, but if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'll pause for a minute over here, but I wanted this to be interactive, so please feel free to raise your hand and ask questions or put in the comments. I'll wait for a minute over here.
If everyone is unmuted, you can directly unmute yourself and you can ask. There is no need to raise hand. You can simply unmute yourself and ask the question.
Okay, looks like everyone is going through and everyone is following through very well. Because yeah, these are very important basics that you need. You'll be using these concepts day in and day out if you want to use Git for your projects. Irrespective of GitHub. If you're not
Hello,
speaking, please mute
excuse
your
me.
mics. Yeah. Who is this? Sorry.
Salim Khan has raised hand. I am still muted. Can you unmute him? He want to ask something.
Yes, Salim, sure, go ahead. Hello, Salim, are you there? Perhaps it was by mistake. So you may go ahead.
Yeah. So okay, cool. I'll just carry on. So you understand what Git and GitHub, Git flow is, right? So these are the common Git commands that you'll be using. So Git branch. So when you want to see what your current branch is, you just type Git branch, and then it tells you what branch you're currently on. When you create a copy of your branch, this command is usually helpful when you want to see if you're on your topic branch or you're on the main branch, or if you want to switch between branches also, right? You can have so suppose you're working on a project and there are two features. So when you want to develop a feature one, you check out a feature one branch and then you make changes over there. But suppose you are in a mood to switch branches to feature two, and then you want to develop over there. So this command usually tells you more information about the branch that you're there on. There is another command which is usually helpful. I missed adding it over here. This is not the exhaustive list, by the way. There is another command called git status, right? It tells you what all local changes that you have made which are divergent from the main branch or the branch that you checked out. So whatever changes that you make after you create a fresh branch will be visible from the command git status. So git branch and git status give you a good idea of where you currently are. But what if you want to create a new branch altogether and then work on a separate feature from the main branch? So you use this command called git checkout, right? So git checkout helps you switch branches. So when you have already feature one, feature two, and master branch, and you want to switch from master to feature one, you say git checkout feature one. It just checks out like a shopping cart, right? When you check out a shopping cart, you get all of those items. So similarly, when you check out a feature branch, you get all of those changes uh, to your working repository. Like if you are in a master branch and you want to switch to feature one, you would use this command git checkout feature one, and then work on it. And then whenever you want to switch, you can switch. If you want to create a new branch, then you have another flag, say -b, and then give a new branch name. You just get a new branch and then you can start working on them. So there are few other commands that you use in a typical loop, right? So when you make some changes, you have to commit them. So when I say commit, I told you about checkpoints. In your code story, you have some checkpoints time and again. They call the commits. So how do you create a new commit? When you have some local changes, you run the command git add, and then all the file names that you want to add to this particular commit. You want to have a state that you're saving. So you just do git add dot basically adds all of the files that are there that are changed in your current folder and subfolders. So you add all of them to a stage, right? It's just a technical term saying that you're ready to create a commit. When you do git add, it just marks all of those files saying that, okay, fine, these are the changes that I have that are modified from the previous commit, and I want to create a new commit. So you just go say git commit -m is like a flag to give a commit message. So say suppose you have a bug that was there on your software and you made some changes to fix that bug, and now we want to create a new checkpoint where the bug is fixed. So you say git commit -m, this particular bug is fixed, whatever, and then enter. So it creates a new checkpoint and new commit where until when all of the changes that are there have, I mean, if you have the software running at that particular point, that particular bug is fixed. So whenever another developer comes in and he wants to see or he wants to pull the code which has a bug fix, he can go directly to this commit and pull those changes locally and then try them. But for them, for the other developers to have access to your code, you need to push your changes to the remote server. Here, the remote server is typically GitHub. So you create your changes, you git add them, and then git commit. You have a commit locally, then you push it to the server. These all steps are happening on your laptop locally. Once you do a git push of your branch, of your feature branch that is there, then you create your pull request, right? So now your changes are on a separate branch, and then you create a pull request to the main branch, and then, like I said, you go through the discussion loop, and then you merge your changes. And when you merge your changes, it's finally saying that, hey, my changes are ready, and it's there on the master branch. Please go and use it, right? And there are a few other commands that you'll be using over the time, like git pull, git fetch, git merge, git reset. And if like just let me explain them. I mean, most of them might be self-explanatory, but still, git pull is basically when you want to pull changes from say a remote repository to your local one. So you pushed your changes, you merged it into master branch, but the other your teammate does not have them locally, right, on his laptop. He needs to run a command, say git pull remote origin master. So he's trying to say that, hey, there is a remote branch on the GitHub server that I want to pull it locally. So he says git pull master branch, right? So that he gets all of the changes locally to work on them. He can even merge two different changes locally itself. So he has a feature one and feature two branches. But before creating the pull request, he wants to merge both of them so that he'll have only one branch that he can raise a pull request directly on. So he can directly say git merge feature one and feature two. So he gets a single branch over there. And if you have some changes that you want to undo it, so git reset is another command that helps that comes handy when you made a lot of changes and you messed things up, but you want to go back to the previous commit state and a safe state where you want to start over again. So you just say git reset and a commit name, commit ID, and then you just go to back to all of the changes that were there on that particular commit, and you can start over again. So this is all about Git and the GitHub flow of creating a pull request and merging your changes to any repository which is open source, of course. Uh, do you have any questions, anyone? Okay, if no questions, then let's see what is the importance or what are the values or what are the benefits that I'll get that I'm getting by using Git or any version control for that. So you first and foremost prevent code clobbering, nothing but having a messy state of your code, right? Whenever you create checkpoints or code commits, no matter how many changes you made after that or how much code you have messed up, you can always revert back to the previous state of your code and then start over again, right? And if you have this all code on GitHub, you can say that this is a central point or the central point where all the code is there. It acts like a single source of truth. If you're familiar with the word or phrase single source of truth, it just says that whatever copy that I'm having locally and whatever copies that other people are having on their systems or machines, they might have edited it, and then you cannot rely on those edited copies saying that, hey, this might be a bug on the actual repo itself, right? So if you want to verify, there is always a single source of truth, or even if you want to go back the history, right? There are many commits. You can go back the history and say, hey, this is how the code evolved over time. This is how the changes have been made. It is a single source of truth of all of the change logs or the changes that have been gone into the repo. So it acts as a single source of truth that you can rely on. And like I already mentioned about rollback, right? Rollback is you're just going back to a previous commit. You made some changes, you made a commit, you made some changes, you made a commit. But then when you run your code, you see that there are some bugs and you actually want to go back to a state, say -2 or -3 commits. So you can just say git reset head -3 or something like that. You say that you want to roll back your local changes to a previous state where everything was working. So these are a few features that I'm trying to explain that helps you like imbibe the nature of source control systems or the Git itself. Then there is the obvious advantage of debugging your code, right? And there is so if you're a project owner, like I am the owner or I'm the maintainer of a particular repository. Say suppose for an example, suppose you have this college project and your professor has said that everyone has to create a repository on GitHub so that I can also see it whenever you're making some changes. And then at the end of the project, when he wants to go and evaluate what changes or how much contribution you have made, he can clearly go to the repository and see its entire history, entire commit history, right? Each commit, who has made those commits, who has made a important commits, or it's basically a source of audit. Audit is nothing but going and validating all of the changes, who has made those changes. It helps you also as a contributor to gain visibility. When uh, when anyone wants to go and see who are the important or the main maintainers or contributors for a particular repository, they can go and see the history of all the commits, and then your name comes up beside it. So it's like a good thing to have visibility. It helps you build your profile and credibility also. So when you go to a potential say a job employer, you can go and say, hey, go, you can check out my repositories or my contributions on GitHub. He or she can go and see all of the commit messages, say, "Arey, yeah, so this person is pretty reliable. He has been making important and meaningful contributions to various open source projects." So it gives you a visibility. And like I mentioned, it's a planet scale company, right? With 50 million users that are using it directly on GitHub. So it gives you that particular visibility and reachability that I think it's unparalleled. And what is the importance of having the Git and GitHub? The main thing that anyone or me, at least when I start off with a new project, is there is a fear of failure. There's always a fear of failure. Like what happens if I make a lot of changes and the project crashes? Will they blame me? Or what happens if I make some changes that there is some bug on it? Or like say the software was hacked or something happens, you can always revert back to a previous commit. You can always ask others open source contributors to go and review your changes, right? There's a discussion process that happens. So all of this gives you a giant safety net. It helps you make those changes in a fast-paced manner and worry less about failure. So whenever you think that maybe this code won't work, or maybe I'm doing something wrong, you just push those changes, ask other open source contributors, other maintainers to go and review it. Your teammate projects, in case of your college projects, they will help you review your code and see what all potential issues are there. So it basically it is creating a giant safety net from a single person reviewed, that is, which is yourself. Instead of you yourself reviewing your own code, there will be any number of reviewers that you can add to your code pull requests, right? So I hope I have not bored you with all of this content, but let's see what happens after you merge your code onto GitHub, right? So this is not just about it. Developing the code is one part of it, and then what do you do with the developed code? You need to build it, you need to compile it, you need to create a product that you can share with others, right? So that is where continuous integration, right? It's called continuous integration. What does continuous integration mean, or what steps that is does continuous CI have? is it's basically it's a summary of all the things that happen from your code development to the end user experience, right? When you develop your code, you push it to the local first your local repository, then your remote repository, then you merge your pull request, then it goes through a compilation process, or you can say a build process, and then you run various tests on it, right? You can't just push your code and expect users to run it, expect users to use it without you first testing it. So you need to do a lot of testing on your code, after which you have your separate environments uh, where your friends or your colleagues or your teammates can first test it before you push it to the customer. So you first have your code compiled and deployed onto some servers that are privately accessible, or you can call them the test environments, right? Where you do your test, manual test, or any kind of test over there. Then once you gain confidence that yes, this is a version or this is a commit of the software that I can give to the customer to use, then you deploy your code to a production server or a production environment. If you are shipping it software separately, then you just give access of upload URL uploaded software to the users, and they can download it from there and use it. So this entire process is what we call the continuous integration process. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Good. Mm. So let me know if you have any questions about continuous integration. Let's see if I'll just wait for a minute if you have any questions about Git, GitHub, or continuous integration. Swastik, Priya, any like, do you have any thoughts about this? Do you want to talk like anything? Like, am I audible? I don't know. There is a lot of
Yes, sir.
silence.
Vansaj had raised his hand. Do you have any question, Vansaj? You can unmute yourself.
Good evening, sir. Sir, I wanted to ask, like, what's the difference between git pull and git merge?
Uh, okay, it's a very good question because it might seem very trivial at first, right? So I'll just let's see, just go back to that slide and explain it. Okay, so there are things over here. So what git pull does is it just updates your branch. So suppose you pulled the changes from a remote from GitHub. You went to a repository on GitHub, you pulled the changes locally, you're playing around with it, right? You keep playing around with it, you find a bug, right? And then you go and tell the maintainer of that repository, hey, I found this bug. Do you think it's still a bug? Am I seeing this correctly or what? So the maintainer says, hey, you're right, this is a bug, but we have already fixed it. Please take the latest changes and then try it out again. So what you do is you run a command called git pull. So what git pull basically does internally is it pulls all of the changes from remote to locally. It is just like updating your branch with the latest commits that are there on the server, but not locally, right? Whereas merge is a different thing. So what happens in a pull request is you are having a separate your own feature branch and there's a master branch. So when you complete a pull request, what it essentially does internally is just merges your branch onto the master branch. So that is what a merge is. So you are merging your commits to the master flow of commits, right? That is a merge, whereas a pull is basically updating your branch with the latest changes. It need not necessarily mean two separate branches when you say git pull. When you just where you, where you're just pulling the latest code to your local repository. Am I clear, or did I confuse you more?
Yes, yes, sir. So one thing more, and when we do git clone, does
Yeah.
it also update like in the like we do git pull, so it also updates when we are doing git clone, when we are just cloning the whole repo.
Yes. Yeah, so that's also a good question where a lot of people might get confused. So what git clone does is, so let's forget about git for a second. What exactly that word clone means? Clone is nothing but a word for copy, right? You're just copying it somewhere else. So when you do a git clone on the latest commit of the remote repository, you're just making a copy of it locally, right? Am I making sense? So git clone is
Yes.
just making a copy of it, making a copy of the repo, whereas git pull is asking your git to update it. So git clone is when you're making a fresh copy of it. you are not already having the code locally. But when you do a git pull, it means that you're already having the code locally, but you want to pull the latest latest commits that were there on the remote server. So your friend has made some changes, but you want to pull it onto your system. So you run a git pull, and then it pulls it. You don't run a git clone. Git clone is essentially making a copy of whatever it is there. Git pull is updating your local files. Right? Makes sense?
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, feel free to ask any
So, sir,
questions because yeah, go ahead, please.
yes, sir. I also had a question regarding pull request. Like, suppose two people are working on a feature, and both of them
Yeah.
have made a pull request towards the same feature. And let's say both
Okay.
of the features are merged. So on what basis will the pull
Okay.
request remain? Like which feature will properly take? Like will they override, or on what basis will the features be merged?
So during merge itself, right? So it is a sequential process, right? If you see this flow or this one. Wait, this is the master branch. Suppose this is the master branch and you forked off two different branches, feature one and feature two. But if you see at the merging points, right, there are no two
Yes, sir.
points where they're merged at the same time, right? So it happens one after the other. So suppose you and your friend have worked on features with different branches, feature one and feature two branches, but they're working on essentially the same feature. Whoever merges their code first will have it like in that state. And then when you try to merge your own changes over there on the same file, let's talk about files because features is an abstract word. Let's talk about files. So you have a file, say main.c, or like main.c is a common word that we use for C programs, right? So you have your own main.c, you added a feature onto it. Now your friend wants to override that particular feature and wants to merge it. So during that merging process, uh, there could be conflicts. So conflicts
Yes,
is nothing
sir.
but yeah. So this is there. Then arises this concept of conflict resolution, right? So your friend has gone and already made those changes on the main.c file on the master branch. Now you want to go ahead and merge your changes onto that particular function or the method. So if there is no conflict, Git automatically merges it properly. So function one and function two are there on the same main.c. There is no conflict, no problem. You're working fine. But what happens if you're editing the same function on the same line? Then Git says that, hey, looks like the master branch has changed from the time that you had forked your own branch, and some other people have made some changes in the same lines that you're trying to make. Please go and resolve those conflicts. So what Git is trying to tell over here is that there are some conflicts on those lines between your friend's feature and your feature, and if your friend's feature is already there in the master branch. So it says that the master branch has some lines that are already modified from your modified files. Please go and resolve them manually. If Git is not able to resolve them automatically, it asks you to go and resolve it. Then you or the maintainer of that repository has the decision or has the power to take the decision of which feature to merge and to continue with, right? So that is what happens when there are two conflicting features that are there, or like conflicting edits in the same file that are there. You have to go and uh, make those changes locally and then create new commits and then git push again and ask the repos or the maintainer, whoever it is, to review your files for the merging process again.
Okay, sir. Thank you
Uh,
so much, sir.
yeah. Yeah, please feel free to ask any questions because I see that few of you are at least beginners with Git, and it's really important that you get your questions clarified. There are further sessions from Shreya which will give you a hands-on experience of this the whole Git flow. But yeah, please feel free to ask questions right now too. So, like I mentioned, continuous integration has the steps that after you push your code, what do? You build your code, you test that code, and then you ship it to customers. To help you with this whole flow, GitHub has like GitHub has inbuilt features where you can build your code and see what all failures are there in your code. Like if the compilation itself fails, you can go and see there. You can have your testing flow also set up on GitHub. This is all part of the continuous integration, right? Once you start with code pushing and all, you'll get this eventually. There's no need to hurry. The first commit I would say is to edit at least one README file so that you'll get a flow of using the Git. Once you uh, get this habit of the Git cycle, creating local changes, commit, push, merge, pull request. You get the hang of it, you get the excitement of it, then you can go and create actual big code changes also with more confidence. And the continuous integration gives you more confidence on top of that, because it will tell you if your compilation is failing or not, if the compilation of your code is failing or not, and then you can make changes immediately. And there are many tools that are already there, and even you can create your own continuous integration tools, like what is this? GCC is a compiler for C programming, right? If you have a repository on GitHub and you have a continuous integration pipeline that they call it, set up with GCC compiler, whenever you push your code, GCC compiler will compile it and say, hey, this compilation failed, please go and fix your code, something like that. So you can have any number of like there are many varieties of it. What I'm trying to say is, for example, here there is Travis CI, Circle CI, and all of this different pipelines that are there, which help you test your code and give more confidence on your code state as ready for testing, ready for deployment, ready for production, ready for customers, all of this stuff. And good news for students is that there is a education pack on GitHub that they offer for students exclusively in the universities, that whatever are actually paid versions, right? You need to actually pay if you're not a student, to access those features. They're all free for students. So you can have private repositories, you can have your own deployment separately that you can test, you can have your own servers maybe. Like there are many things that students should go and explore to have a good idea of what all features are available. Go register, create your account, apply for the student account, get those benefits, make the maximum use of it as long as you're a student, right? This college time or the student time is the most important time that you can have, enjoy it. Once you're into working environment, it becomes hard to explore new stuff, right? So when you're a student, go have these benefits and have fun as much as you can. And if you like, if you're thinking, yes, this talks were good, but still I have some doubts, or I want to still have a hands-on experience to actually know, Shreya will help you out in the coming sessions. And also in future, you can go to this lab.github.com, where there are many tutorials and many hands-on workshops that you can self do it, right? You can do it on a self-pace, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, guys, so let's wrap it up over here. If you want to contact me, you can reach out to me over here. So if you have any questions, please ask. The silence is confusing because I don't know if anyone is listening or not, or is it simple that you understand it? I don't know. So if you have any questions, please ask.
That was really a spectacular session, Hardhik. It was very inspiring. Thank you very much for sharing your insightful knowledge and
Uh,
experience with us.
just a second. Wait a second. Salim has a question. He is again asking to unmute himself. Yes, Salim,
Hello,
let's proceed.
hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please ask your question.
Sir, I want to ask a question. It is like what potential employers actually see on someone's GitHub profile? Like they do just the candidates based on their number of push requests or pull requests or something like that.
Okay, very good question. Let me share my screen. So can you see this? Suppose GitHub and name any. So when you go to github.com,
Salim, we are getting a lot of noise from your side.
Okay, sir.
so Salim, like I said, right? So
Yeah.
GitHub, in the GitHub website, you can have your profile, right? When I say this is my profile, I don't know if you can see a lot of stuff over here, but let
I
me
can
show
see
it.
clearly, sir.
Yeah. So like I think you already know about the Git commit graph, right? If you're asking about that, commit graph is one way to tell your employers that you are making continuous contributions, right? So here it gives you a graph kind of thing. Say I
Okay.
made 204 contributions in last year. So this is just one of the ways. This is not the only one, because even if you make a small README change or any change, it will still come up over here. So this is not an absolute way. But when you start contributing, right, there are many other ways. So trending. So this is one page on github.com where you can see trending repositories, and there is also another option for trending developers. When you go and
Okay.
see over here, you'll see a list of all the developers who are very much active and who are, who are contributing or making an impact. So all of these people are there. So maybe one day you'll come over here, right? You'll go create. It depends on the impact that you're creating.
Yes, sir.
So you can go here, you can say, I want to see developers who are working in particular language, say Python, or I can say the date range. I can set the date range saying that, hey, show me all the developers who have been creating impact on this particular Python language for say 1 year period, right? So I can go and explore the list of developers over here. So aim to that particular excellence where you can go to your developers, you would go to the employers and say, hey, you can go and check my profile. This is the amount of impact that I have. This is the amount of contributions that I made. So your profile or your repositories that you create, speak for yourself. So here, if you see, I have a small list of repositories. But if you see the trending developer, if I want to see what all developers, what makes that particular person a trending developer, or what are the interesting repositories that particular person has created and what repository that particular person is contributing to, right? So here you see there are a list of all the projects that he's working on. So even in your profile, you can go and create new repositories. You can pin main repositories that you contribute to.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are a few factors, right? These are a few features that you can create on your profile if that is your aim, or like if I understand your question correctly. And there is also a README that you can have your profile, what you call your resume over here. So whatever you create, whatever you write on your own README, it will come over here. So basically, you're saying that this is my resume, these are the repositories that I'm interested on, and this is the amount of contributions that I make.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So hope I've answered your questions, answered your question over here, right? So
Yes, sir.
these
Yes,
are
sir.
the
Thank you
these
so
are,
much.
these are a few things that you can concentrate on.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Anybody questions?
I'm sure from now onwards, we all will be learning more about GitHub because GitHub seems to be intriguing after hearing through you. Is there any questions you
Yes.
guys want to ask? You can do so. You have already provided us with insights related to GitHub, like from A to Z of the event.
Mhm. So I would say
Also,
one on the finishing note, one final sentence, if I have to say, right? So don't be afraid of creating new repositories. No one will scold you. No one will blame you. You can go delete, create, whatever. It's like a Facebook post, right? You go create it. If someone likes it, someone will contribute it. Don't be afraid to create new repositories, and don't be afraid to create new pull requests, thinking someone, the maintainer, might not feel good. Go create whatever. If it is good, they'll accept it. If it's not, they'll give you reviews. It's like a continuous process of growing, right? You go create more commits, you make changes. Suppose there is some big project that actually you like, and it is on open source. So you go make some changes that you like. You think these features will be helpful for the users. Go create it. Maintainers will take the call if they want to go ahead with it or not. And the amount of impact that you will have, the possibility, keep that in mind, right? There are 100 million repositories and 50 million users. The community is huge. Take the maximum advantage of it. There are many repositories that will help you get started, help you, find your ideal technologies or find your passionate technologies. Go create, experiment, don't stop. Yeah, that's it.
thank you, Hardik. It was quite encouraging for us, and I am sure a lot of people will start contributing to many repositories, will be making their own and contributing to this open source world.
Great.
If there will be any more questions, we will be providing the attendees your email. If they have anything to ask, they can contact you through the mail.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Just keep the subject, whatever questions you want. Feel free to ask anything, right? Yeah. Okay.
On to the technical. C is Mojfest 2019 facilitator, GitHub campus expert, Microsoft Learn student ambassador. She is an enthusiastic web developer. She is a Google coding mentor at CircuitBase. She is also a writer at Anita Bog community and also a community volunteer at Progress. Hey Shreya, we are looking forward to get insights on organizations, issues, and we also want to know about how to start contributing. And we are glad to have you on the event.
Hello, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah. Hi Shreya. Yeah.
Hi Priya. Hi, and thank you so
You're
much
audible.
for
It's perfectly fine.
inviting me to this event. And Hardhik, that was a really informative session on Git and GitHub. And now I really feel like I don't need to explain anything in this workshop so that we can straight away start with the hands-on part. So before starting with the session, I would like to give a quick introduction about myself. Let me share my screen. Mm, just a minute. So I'm taking you to my GitHub Campus Expert page, where hopefully you can see my bio. Okay, so a quick introduction about myself. I am a final year computer science and engineering student from Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women. I'm a passionate web developer, and I started web development in the second year. And it was because of JavaScript and Node.js that I became very interested in coding. And as a result, I decided to pursue my career in software development. And apart from coding, I also love to engage with people and to uh, host workshops, sessions, events, and essentially to interact with people and to talk about technology in general and to empower people through technology. So I love to I love to participate in all such activities, and so that is why I'm just I'm today here in this session. So if you want to contact me on LinkedIn, Twitter, or Medium, here I have shared. Still, Priya will share the links in the email, and you can contact me there as well. So now that we should now getting on to the contribution part. So, how can we contribute to open source? We have, as explained by previous speakers, we see that there are a lot of repositories on GitHub, right? And there's a lot of code. There are various technologies available that one can learn. But how to get started? Like, how do I know that? Okay, as a beginner, like how would I know that? Okay, this is a point where I can start contributing, or to at least play around with open source, or to get an idea of how contributions work. So in order to do that, I'm going to introduce you to a open source program that is known as Google Summer of Code. So let me share the page. Mm. I'm sorry, I don't have the option to share my whole screen on my iPad. Otherwise, I would have done so. So let me know if you are able to see the screen. Is the screen visible?
Yeah,
Okay, awesome. Awesome. So, let me tell you about my story about how I started with open source. So, in my second year, I was not very, I was completely from a non-technical background, right? I mean, I knew about C and C++ because of the subjects in my college, but I was not very much interested in it because because I used to find programming and data structures in general very much scary. And just even working, while I'm programming I'm working on a simple question, or even writing a simple for loop or a while loop, I used to get very scared about it, like and that hindered my journey in uh, coding, I would say. So at during that time, I used to see a lot of people learning new development technologies like machine learning, Android, web development, IoT, blockchain. So when I used to see people around me, getting involved in all these technologies, I used to think that, okay, why not, even I should try somewhere. Like I should also explore like various technologies, and make myself get acquainted with open source. So to just as I was that was my experimentation time with coding and open source journey in general. So that journey started when I first came to know about GSOC. So GSOC is a open source program that was that is organized by Google in order to empower open source communities and to help them in developing their projects. So the students who participate in the Google Summer of Code program are paid a stipend of around 3,000 to $6,000, depending on the location that they present in. And those students, they work for 3 months on a project that project is basically a proposal that they have proposed to their mentor in the organization. And then they work on that project, and the like according to the progress of of their project, they are given their stipend. So what I did, like in my second year, was filtered I filtered the organizations on the basis of the like technology. So at that time, I was interested in web. So what I did was I searched for organizations that are into web, and I found Circuitverse, Creative Commons, Django, Drupal, JBoss. I'm sure you must have also heard about all these organizations on LinkedIn. So as you can see, I searched through these organizations, and I found Circuitverse to be the most interesting one, because normally in web, what you are doing is you are either working on creating a front end project, or either you are working with APIs, or either you are creating a full stack web development. And those projects normally consisted of building platforms or working with APIs. But work working with digital circuits was something that I have never heard of before at that time. And that intrigued me a lot. And that is why I decided to get involved myself with this organization. So in my second year, what I did was essentially so actually they used to have a Slack channel. So what I did was uh, I went to their GitHub repository. So let me share that as well. So I'm just giving you a case study of my experience. You can do that. You can explore other organizations as well, along with the technologies that you are interested in. So github.com. Just a minute. Okay, so it came here only. Mm, okay. Guys, in the meantime, don't have an account on GitHub, I would advise you to create one, because I will be directly starting with how you can create a pull request. So while I'm explaining how you can start contributing to open source, please utilize that time into creating an account on GitHub as well. So as you can see, if you don't have an account, you will be redirected to this page where you will have to sign up using a email ID and a password, and then you will get a verification code, and after that you can get started with GitHub. Mm. Right. So as you can see, as now that I've logged into my GitHub account, this is the page that I will be redirected to. So the people that I follow on GitHub, I can see what activities they are doing. So let me go to my profile. So here, as you can see, I'm part of two organizations, GitHub Campus Expert and Circuit Wars. So what I did in Circuit Wars was, what I initially did was, I first explored the repositories, and the very first thing that you do when you are opening someone's GitHub repository for the first time is to go through their readme. It is very important, because this is where you will get all the information that you need to get started with how you can contribute to this repository. And not just contribution, essentially you also get to learn what the this repository is doing, like what are the people the people who are working in this organization, what they're working on, and what's their goal or what's their mission, and everything that you need to know. And you will also have a link where a channel link where you can join. Like here there's a link for Slack, for their Slack channel, and you can also join their community by clicking on this link. And there also you can interact with other maintainers, and essentially you can also familiarize yourself with the whole community by interacting with them, and by exploring the code base that is present in the repository. So the very first step that you take is you go through their readme. So as you can see, you can see that they have a community channel which you can join. They also have a code of conduct that you need to follow while you are a part of this community. Then there's a setup.md. This document contains information for how you can set up circuit wars in your local system. Then there are contribution guidelines. Then there are required softwares. So as you can see, this readme.md, it contains all the information that you need to get started with circuit wars. So that's how I started my journey as a open source contributor. And due to my contributions, I was selected as a Google Coding Mentor last year. And now the Google Coding program it won't continue now. So the last cohort was the last one that has taken place in the history of the Google Coding program. So it won't be continued this year. But you can if you want to be involved in some kind of programs, some kind of open source programs, you have GSOC, then you have RGSOC as well, then you have Outreachy. So just keep note of all these websites while I'm searching them. uh okay, not this page, outreachy.com. So it seems that I'm not able to search it, but you can go for, let me do that from Chrome. So as you can see, you can also check out the site for the timeline and what kind of work they want you to do when you are interning with them. So there are various programs like Outreachy, RG that is Wales Girls Summer of Code, that is exclusively for girls. Then you have Google Summer of Code, then you have Girl Script Summer of Code. So I'm sure you must have heard about all these programs. If you have not, then I will create a document and I will, enter all the list, all these links so that you can go through all these programs, and then you can, just familiarize yourself with all the open source programs. So I think that's enough to get you started with open source contributions. So if you have any doubts till now, you can ask me. And I would really appreciate if you would keep the session interactive, because otherwise I won't know where I've missed or what you did not understand. So it seems that no one has got any questions. So okay, so let's start with the work hands-on part. So I assume that everyone has made their accounts on GitHub, right? If not, just let me know by unmuting yourself. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a pull request in our repository, and I will search for this repository here. Uh, you can also do this with me. CET B Hacktoberfest. Mm. Priya, can you send the link to the repository in the chat?
Yeah. Hey, hi Shreya. It's actually github/cetb-hack. github.com/cetb-hack.
Okay, no, actually I was searching in GitHub itself.
So it's
Yep,
just
I'm the same.
cetb-hack. Remove
Okay,
the
hyphen hack. Okay,
yeah.
so everyone please go to this repository. So here we will be making the contribution, and let me open this link. Mm. Uh, Priya, can you add the Hacktoberfest label in this repository? It seems that I can access only one account at a time.
I'm doing that.
Okay. So in the meantime, I would like to familiarize you guys with the GUI of whatever we are seeing here. So here in the pulls, I can see the pull requests that I have made. So as you can see, these are some of the pull requests that I have made. So this is the most recent one. These are the ones that I've created, and I have not been assigned to any pull requests for now. And this was the pull request that I was mentioned in. And these are the pull requests that requested my review. So that's for the pull request part, and these are the issues part. So these are the issues that I have opened in the Circuitverse repository, and that I have created, as you can see. And I have not been assigned any open issues for now. I've worked on 4 issues and they all are closed. And these are the issues that have been mentioned in. So that's the pull request is done, issues is done. Then we have code spaces. So I don't think that you will see code space in your GitHub account yet, but it's a new feature. It's in beta right now. It's a new feature that is launched by GitHub, so that whatever code changes that you are making locally in your system, you can do that on the cloud. So normally what you do is you clone a repository, you create a separate branch, and then you make all the changes in your local machine. So, but code spaces is essentially making you to do all of those steps on the cloud itself. So I have not used this feature yet as of now, but it contains a code editor. Like if you are using VS Code in your system, so it will contain code editor, the where you can make all the changes in a sandbox. So sandbox is like it's a virtual environment which is not where the changes that I am making to the code is not being deployed anywhere or is not affecting the main code base. So like Hardhik mentioned earlier, so that that whatever contributions that we are making is not that is not affect if that is not affecting the main code. So for doing that, we create a separate branch, right? So similarly, in code spaces, what we do is we whatever changes that we are making on a feature, or let's say we are working on a bug, so that is all being done on cloud, and we are not using our local system. So it it saves time in a way that I won't have to worry about let's say if I am moving from one place to another and I don't have my laptop with me, but I want to work on a feature right now. So I won't have to worry about my device, as I can access my code space from any device. So that is one of the most biggest advantage of having code space. Then we have marketplace. So marketplace consists of all the GitHub like let's say developers who have built some apps using GitHub APIs, GitHub Actions, etc. So whatever they have made, they are displaying it on this marketplace so that other developers can use it, or they can also buy as well. So as you can see, I can see some of the apps here, and I can also, as explained by Hardhik before, these are some of the tools that I can use to automate my workflow. So these are something that you don't need to worry about right now. That is just I'm just familiarizing you guys with the GUI of GitHub. And here is the Explore tab. So the Explore tab is very similar to what you see the Explore section on Instagram, right? So you have the home page, and then you have the Explore page on Instagram, where you can see all the posts of the people that you don't follow, or the videos or the reels. So that page is very similar to the one that you can see here. So here I can see the trending repositories, and the repositories based on my interest. So as you can see, I am interested in C++. So I can see the repositories that are based on C++. And then we have GitHub CLI. Then we have based on people you follow. So I used to follow engineers from Microsoft. So it shows me repositories from Microsoft. So then Git Kraken and so on. So these are some of the features that GitHub provides. Then here is the notification part. So as you can see, it notifies me about, let's say, whenever I'm mentioned, that whenever there's a whenever I've subscribed somewhere, whenever there's a security alert. So in GitHub, to automate certain workflows, we have bots. So that is a feature of GitHub. So what they do is, these bots, they automatically detect whether there is a whether there is some problem with our code, whether I've entered a password in like ASCII letters openly, so that any person who is visiting my repository, they can see what password I'm using in my application. So these are some of the security alerts that the bot lets me know Then these are some of the issues that I've created, and whenever someone comments on my issues or on my pull requests, so any kind of notification, as you can see, I'm getting here. So then here I can go to my profile. So GitHub has this really special feature. Like, this is a new feature on GitHub where like, if you create a repository with and name the repository the same as your GitHub username, you can create a special readme which will be displayed on your profile like this. So this is a really good way for people to let know of about your background, about your interests, and about your contributions, about anything that you want to show to the community. So and this is the contributions chart. So here, as you can see, I have made some contributions. Whatever I'm doing in on GitHub, whatever I'm uh, contributing on GitHub, it can be shown graphically on this contribution graph here. And here you can see the various organizations that I've contributed on. So as you can see, I've contributed to Campus Experts, to Anita Boyd, to Circuitverse, to Devfolio, to MLH. So these are some of the open source organizations that I've contributed to. And this is a contribution activity that, I can see. So I hope this makes it very clear about the GUI of GitHub. If you have any questions, you can unmute yourself. Okay, so I don't think anyone has got any questions. So we will just go to this repository, and I'm going to fork this repository. So I'm sure now by now you must all you all are familiar with the terms like fork, branching, and all. But I will explain you that once again. So what right now I'm trying to do is I will create some kind of contribution in this page. Priya, can you create a document known as contributors.md?
Yep, doing it.
Okay. Also, I cannot see the Hacktoberfest label.
I have opened an issue on updating hack session, and I have labeled it as Hacktoberfest.
Okay.
I've created an issue.
Okay. Awesome.
Will it work?
Yeah, I think it should work. So you can submit your first PR. So now what we all have to do is we have to resolve this issue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make fork this repository first. Is it working? Is everyone with me right now? Like, let me know if you are facing any kind of problem. So now, as you can see, I have forked this repository CET B hack, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a separate branch. So the format of now the name should be very descriptive because what this branch specifies what you are working on, whether you're working on a feature, whether you're working on a bug, or whether you're resolving an issue. So in this case, we will be sticking to a format by name and my first PR. Shreya first PR. So that's the branch that I will be creating. Please let me know if you have created the branch. If not, then please do it.
Hi Shreya, I have labeled it like I have labeled the repo as Hacktoberfest.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so now that everyone has forked the repository, what I will do is I will go to this contributing.md and I will edit this by clicking on the pencil behind, and then I will add a line that says, hi, my name is Shreya. Maybe you can what you can do is you can give a one-line introduction about yourself. So that's what I'm doing here. You can also do it with me. See, and since the file supports the markdown paradigm, so I can preview the changes by clicking here, and now I can see that this is in the format this is in a bulleted format, and that's how I want it. So now I will be committing the change that I have made in Shreya first PR branch. As you can see here, down here, there are two options. Either we are committing directly to the branch that we have created right now, or either we can create a separate branch and then commit and then automatically start a pull request. So we are not going to go with the second option, but we are going to go with the first one, as if we have already created a new branch. So now I'll be committing the changes. And now that I've committed the changes, then I will go to CET B Hacktober. So as you can see, now that I've gone to the main repository, it has detected some changes in my version of the code. So it says that the repository that I've forked has some recent changes. So now what we are going to do is we are going to compare those changes. So now that when you are opening a pull request for the first time, you will get this pop-up that says that it looks like this is the first time that you're opening a pull request in this project. So be sure to review the contributing guidelines. So as I said before, it is very important to comply with the contribution guidelines, so that we are not we can make sure that we are not violating any of their rules. And this is very important if we are staying in a community, as we don't want to be involved in some kind of trouble, or maybe access someone's, maybe do something that is not generally required in that community. So that is why it is very important to read the contributing guidelines. So mm, so it is now GitHub is checking whether my changes can be merged with the main code base or not. So that is something that is done by Git in the backend. So it is going to take some time. So here in update contributing.md, this is essentially a subject line that describes what your contribution is about, what your pull request is about. And then here in this box, you can give a detailed description about what your pull request does, what the whatever the changes that you are making, what it does. So checking mergeability, don't worry, you can still create a pull request. So I think I can still create a pull request. I don't need to wait for the approval. So I'm going to create a pull request. And since Priya is handling, is the not handling, essentially she is a maintainer of this repository, so she has the power to decide whether my code should be merged with the main code base or not. So this is the place where actually the conversation between the maintainer and the contributor starts. So now what I have done is I have opened a pull request, and this bot here is checking for the ability to merge automatically, whether my code is whether my contribution is having some kind of conflict with the main base or not. So that is something that GitHub is doing. So now what's going to happen next is that the maintainer, the person will check my code or check my contribution, and then they will leave a comment here. And in this comment, they can say anything like, "Oh, wow, this is amazing!" Like, or maybe they can say that, "Okay, maybe this needs to be improved a little," or something, any kind of feedback. And then you can say, "Okay, now let me follow up on that feedback." So so essentially what is happening here is that a conversation is going to start between you and the maintainer, and based on those feedbacks, you are going to improve upon your code. You're going to improve upon whatever contributions you have made. And finally, when the maintainer is satisfied with your contribution, they will merge the pull requests into the code base.
Shreya, can you refresh the page once?
Can I what?
Refresh the page.
Okay. Yeah. So as you can see, the maintainer has commented that, "Hi Shreya, nice changes. I'm going to review the PR now." So now the maintainer has reviewed my contribution 39 seconds ago. And here you can view the changes, whatever changes are being made. So on the left side, you can see the original state of the code base. So originally there was nothing written in contributing.md. But here, after my changes, you can see that I have added a line. And you can also, here you can see that uh, what are the number of lines that are written, and you can also see the number of lines that are being deleted as well. So on the top here, where you can see +1 -0, it means that one line is being added and 0 lines are being deleted. And the lines that are being added are shown in the green shade here, and the lines that are being deleted are shown in red color here. So when I will delete some line, you will get to see the color. So I will go back. So now here, as you can see, now the GitHub has reviewed my contribution, and and has come to the conclusion that my contributions have got no conflicts with the base branch. So this branch has no conflicts with the base branch, and only those with right access to this repository, they can merge the pull request. So the owners of the repository, they are the ones who are going to decide whether they want your contribution into their main code base or not. So since CETB Hack is the maintainer here, so they are going to decide whether they want my contribution or not. So I would please do so. I can see that 9 people have forked the repository, and there are 6 pull requests as of now. And also, whenever you are going to someone's repository, the default state of that repository will always be the main branch. So like you just saw, when I went back to CET's dash hack, I was redirected to the main branch. But here I can see that there is one more branch as well that was created by Hardhik. So Hardhik wanted to make some changes to the main branch. So what he thought that he might have some contribution. So what he did was he created a separate branch, and then he made some changes to this. And now those changes, it is up to the maintainer whether they want to accept those changes or not. So that is how contributions work essentially.
You can see the difference between the my changes and the main branch on the PR.
Yes. So you can see there are 4 open pull requests here and 3 closed. Closed means that those pull requests were merged into the main code base, and the open pull request means that they are under the maintainer review. They are not merged yet. Has everyone done the step, or is anyone facing any kind of issue? So please just let me know, because it becomes very difficult for me to understand if everyone is silent. Just feel free to ask about anything while everyone is opening their first pull request. You can ask me about Hacktoberfest, about GSOC, about open source contribution, or about how GitHub works, like how to search for issues on GitHub. If you have got any doubts on those topics, you can ask me.
If anyone is having any doubt, you can just unmute yourself and ask. There is no restriction.
Okay, so now that we have, created pull requests, and those pull requests have been merged, let's see what do we have in the final code base. So in the contributing.md, so as you can see, where this contribution made by Raksha was merged, and now the changes can be seen in the main branch. So this line can be seen here. Then there's attendees.md as well. So as you can see, the state of the main branch is now very different from what we were seeing some minutes back. So this is all because of the actions that were taken by maintainers while they merged the pull requests. So I hope everyone is clear with how to work around with contributions and pull requests and branching using the graphical user interface of GitHub? If not, you can ask me right now, because next I will proceed to the command line part. Okay, so no doubts it seems. So let's start with the command line. So have everyone installed Git in the system? So let
Yes,
let
please
me go
unmute
to.
and respond. Yeah. If you have installed Git, please unmute and respond. Or if anyone hasn't or is facing any problem while installing Git, please unmute and respond.
I have given the link of the repo in chat box. You can submit a PR to it.
Yes, we have installed GitHub. Git.
Okay, awesome. But for people who have not done that yet, Priya will send you the link. I think she has already sent the link in the mail itself. So if you guys could just check that.
Yes, I have already sent the for creating one account. I did send.
Okay. So now that we have uh, made a contribution using GUI, let's start with the command line interface. So what is a command line, and what is the need of command line when we can do all of those? We can perform all of those operations here as well. So what we are doing in command line is we are uh, using Git as a tool. So Git is a tool, and we are using that with GitHub when we are using command line. So as explained very beautifully by Hardhik in the previous workshop, Git is a tool that tracks all the changes that you have made in your code base. So why we use Git is because there are some functionalities still that are not completely provided by GitHub. So there are some commands like rebase, like there are some very advanced concepts that you don't need to know about right now, but those can be done using Git itself. So that is why we use Git. And it is very important to learn about Git, because Git is a version control system, and you need to familiarize yourself with one type of version control system, because when you pursue a career in software development, you might be working with various kind of version control systems, and at that time you won't get a GUI like this. So you need to familiarize yourself with the workings of VCS, and that's it is like a basic tool of a software developer. So that they need to know. So that's why you need to know about Git. So Hardik, can you share your screen?
Yeah, Shreya, just a second. I think you need to stop sharing so that I can share, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to see the Git bash or the PowerShell?
Git bash.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm assuming that this is the first time that everyone is working with Git. So before starting with the commands and everything, first what you need to do is you need to configure your Git with your GitHub account. This is because now that you have installed Git in your system, and you can also contribute to the repositories using their URL. it is very much possible that someone else might use your might make contributions uh, as by taking your identity. It is very much possible. So that is why it is very necessary to authenticate and configure your Git with your GitHub account by using your email and username, so that no, someone else is not able to access your contributions or make some and not some contributions that are not required by you. So for that, you can write git config dash dash global user dot name and double quotes. Then you will have to write the username. So in this case, yeah. So in can you show the GitHub page again?
You want to save this one?
The CET B hack.
Okay, just a
I
second.
want to show them which username and email ID they need to
Okay.
write.
Yeah.
So as you can see, can you go to the top right portion? So sign in as CETB/hack. So this is your username that you need to add. So when Hardhik has written Hacktoberfest, I think you need to add, you need to write CETB-hack.
Okay, Shreya, we can keep anything over here, technically, I'm just saying.
Okay. So what you can do is you write this command, and instead of Hacktoberfest, you need to write your username.
Okay.
Okay. And then enter.
Yeah.
And now that you're, is everyone has everyone completed this step? Here I want you guys to unmute yourself, so that please just let me know, because this is a tricky part and I think you might face some issues if not done correctly. So I think no one has got any issues till here. Now we want to
the like config thing, but what is the dev hacktoberfest? Like I just have that tilde on my like command line, but does it has to be in main, or does it has to be in admin mode or something?
Okay, so what you need to do is, first you need to clone this report. Okay, so Hardhik has already done that. So what you need to do is, first you need to copy this URL, and then yeah, copy this, and then you need to go to git bash and write git clone, and then paste the URL. Is this part clear? So what this command is doing is, it is making a copy of the CETB hack repository into your local system. Since Hardhik has already cloned this repository, so he does not need to press enter after this command, but you need to do that. And also, if anyone is facing any issues, they can ask to share the screen, or they can unmute themselves. So I think everyone has cloned the repository. Now we need to go to the repository. So for doing that, we need to use cd dot yeah, CD and then the name of the folder. So how you would know that what is the name of the folder? Either what you can do is you can simply write ls as Hardhik has done here, and you can see the name of the folder. Or what you can do is you can simply go to your desktop and see what the name of your folder is, and then you can write cd and then the name of your folder, and this command will redirect you to the folder.
If anyone has not yet cloned the repo, please raise your hand. Like it's okay, we'll guide you through again.
Yes.
Mrunmay is having some problems. She has raised her hand. Mrunmay, you can simply unmute yourself and speak.
Yeah, actually, I still didn't like where do I get the link that I have to do the this thing?
Which link?
Yeah, it's the same link, the same link. Yeah. So you go to the code. Okay.
Yeah, you have to go to code and then you can copy this on your clipboard. You can also click on the clipboard option, so it will automatically get copied.
Okay, got it, got it.
So what
Okay.
I did over here was I just created. So I was in this dev folder. I was in a dev folder, and then I created a folder called Hacktoberfest using this command. Right. When I do mkdir, it creates a new folder called Hacktoberfest. I had already created it. You can do this, and then once you create a new folder called Hacktoberfest, then I go into the Hacktoberfest, say cd Hacktoberfest, and then you can say git clone and give that URL over here. So what happens? Oh, sorry. I copy this and say git clone space. When I do a git clone, sorry. So when I do a git clone and this URL, it clones all of the files locally and then creates a folder called CETB hack. So when I go inside CETB hack, then I can see all of the files that are there in this repo. Yeah, Shreya.
Yeah, I now I
Yes.
can. Yeah, thank you.
Hardik, but I think there are three .md files, so why are we able to see only one?
So what I did over here was I cloned this repo a few maybe an hours ago. So I don't have the updated repo. Now what I'll do is I'll do git pull. So I'll get all of the latest changes from the remote repository on GitHub. So when you go to GitHub over here, you see that there are about 1, 2, 3, 4 files. But here I see only one file, right? README file. So what I'm doing is when I do a git log, it shows me what all commits are there over here. And it's a very old commit, right? So now if I do a git pull, it will basically pull all of the latest changes to my local copy, and then I can see all of those files over here.
Yes. Is everything clear till now?
Yeah,
Okay, great. So now that you have configured your username, now you have to configure your email ID. So the next step will be git config dash dash global user dot email, and then in under double quotes you will have to write the name of the email ID with which you have registered on GitHub. Okay, so normally under accounts, here is the email ID that you see that you have used to register to GitHub. So you can add that in the command.
Where is that? Okay, here.
Yeah. And after you have done that, to verify whether the configuration is successful or not, what you can do is you can write git config dash dash no, not dash user dot name. So it will give the username, and if it is giving the username and the email, similarly you can also write user dot email. And if it is showing all the details correctly, it means that you have configured your Git with your GitHub account. Has everyone successfully configured, or is anyone facing any problems? Okay, so I think that everyone has successfully performed all these steps. So now that you have cloned a repository, that means now that you have created a copy of the repository, now you need to create a separate branch. So for creating a separate branch, there are two ways to do that. Either you can use git branch and then you can write the branch name. So here we will write the format will be our first name, then my PR, like name, my first PR, my first PR. So this can be the format. So by using this command, we have created a branch. And now that we have created a branch, we need to go to that branch. Currently, we are in the master branch. So to see that to check this thing, we can use git status. See, on here it is written on branch main. That means we are in the main branch. We are in the master branch. So to go to the main branch, to go to the branch that we created, that is my first PR, what we need to do is we need to write git checkout and then the name of the branch. So as you can see, after I've entered this command, a response has come from Git that we have switched to branch Hacktoberfest name slash my first PR. So this is the branch that we are now that we will be working on. So what we have to do is we will open the contributors.md file. Can you open the file? So this code.
Sorry, I'm using this code editor called VS Code, so I
VS Code.
can, it will be easier here. Yeah. You
Yeah.
want me to open which one?
Contributing.md. So here you can write, hi, I'm using command line for opening a pull request. And everyone can also add their name so that we can see who has made which contribution. Okay. Okay. So now that we have made some changes in the file, we want to add these changes. So the command that we will use is git add so here now we can do two things. Either we can simply add a dot, or we can write the name of the specific file that we have changed. So here what we have changed is contributing.md. So this will add the changes to the staging area. So now that we will check the stage of every work using git status. So now that here we can see that we have modified a file that is named as contributing.md, and these are the changes to be committed, and these are in the staged area. Staged area means that this is like a part where you are making all the revisions or making some changes to the code, and these changes are now being tracked by Git. So if we will write git add, if we Hardhik, just write git add and then dot and enter, and then write git status. Okay, so it is still showing. I wanted to show them the changes in the unstaged part.
Okay, then we'll make another change, and now if you see git status.
So as you can see, I've made some changes in the code, but I have not added them to the, I have not committed those codes in the local repository. So those changes will are in the unstaged area right now. So as you can see, that is in the that is being shown in the red part. And you can also see that there are some commands that are being displayed in Git. So as you can see, now the Git bash has improved a lot. So you won't need to remember every command, because now they'll be showing all those commands here whenever you are, executing commands and you encounter some kind of error. So Git bash will automatically say that, okay, if you want to do this, then perform this command. So now that we want to add these commits in the staging area, we will just simply say git add and then the file name, or git add or dot. So we will again check the status with using git status. So as we can see, now again those changes are in the staging area. So that's how we are tracking all the changes that we are making. Is everyone clear till now? Is everything clear?
If anyone has not created a commit locally on your separate branch, please unmute yourself and tell us where you're stuck.
And please don't feel shy about using command line, or maybe you might be feeling that, okay, this is such a stupid doubt. It's not the case. Seriously, Like this is the time where you can ask anything about command line and how whatever we are doing, how this works, everything you can ask about all these things. Okay,
And
so
Hi.
you need not, yep, go
yeah,
ahead, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry, but actually, like you did it in the editor, so is it possible to write something in the command line itself and then it will be reflected in the this thing, my pull request?
What I
oh,
did in the editor?
they are saying that you can you directly modify the file from the git bash?
Oh, okay. So you see
Is
there
that what you were
are,
asking?
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah, so there are a couple. So basically, you need
Okay.
any file editor over here. You can use a notepad also, like notepad attendees dot md, and then it will open a notepad page. So I can say I'm adding myself and Shreya as speakers, right? Uh, so I can just add more lines over here, save it, Control S, and then close it. So what happens is I opened the notepad, I edited the file, closed it, and now when I see git status, I see that there is a modified file saying attendees.md, which is not yet staged, which is not ready to be committed. But there is another file called contributing.md, which I have already previously edited and also said that I've marked this file as ready to be committed. When I said git add contributing.md, it said that, okay, file, this particular file is ready to be committed and I'll move it to the staging area. But attendees.md, I had just edited it. I had not even added it using git add. So it is just in the unstaged area. So if I want to stage this also, I will need to do the same thing that Shreya had already mentioned, git add and then attendees.md. When I do this, it will add it also to the staging area. Now, when I see git status, both of these files are in staging area. Does that answer your question? You need not use only this editor that I'm using. You can use any other editor, Notepad, Vim, whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. So I hope that clears everyone's question. So just give Swastik or Priya, just give me a yes if everyone is comfortable till whatever we have done till now.
Yeah, if anyone is facing any issues, please feel free to unmute yourself and speak. And
I think
yes,
they are hacked. They had spent a lot of time in configuring the GitHub because now I am able to see more pull requests.
That's great.
That's awesome. So now that we have
So,
okay, yeah,
no, continue. I'm just saying you can continue.
no, okay. So now that we have added these changes to the staging area, now we want to commit these changes. So for that, I will write git commit dash m, and double quotes, under double quotes I will write a descriptive message as to what my pull request is doing. So here I have modified the contributing and attendees.md files. So my message will be modified the contributing and attendees file. So this message need not be very big, but it needs to when if someone is reading this message, it needs to send a clear-cut message as to what your contribution is doing. So now that we have made this contribution, now we want to push these changes into a remote repository. So what I will do is git push origin and then the branch name. So as you can see, it is asking for authentication details. So the reason why it is doing so is so that someone other than you does not add some contributions without your approval or without your authentication. So that's why it is again asking for your email ID and password.
Just give me a second while I grab my password.
Okay.
I don't want to share it. Okay. You can't see my other screen, right? Just confirming.
Yeah, we cannot see your screen. We can only see the CET B hack and the GitHub pop-up.
Okay. Okay. Let me get the password. Okay. I have my password and then I click on login.
Yes. So now that we have pushed all our changes into the remote repository, okay, so it is still happening.
No,
So in this case, a remote repository is CTV-hack. So why we call it a remote repository? Because it is a repository that is not present locally in my machine, but it is hosted somewhere by GitHub. So that is why we called it a remote repository. And now that we have pushed our changes to the this remote repository, we will be able to see a option that says compare and pull requests. So when we will go to this main code,
yeah, you want me to show my branch? Or you want
yes,
to create
yes,
the PR? Yeah, so I can see
mm,
my branch created over here. And when I go there and see that this is it, so I can see the changes over here, contributing.md that I changed. I put a heading over here and I added this line. So these are all the changes that are there on my branch. So I had selected my branch from here, and then I can create a pull request or compare branches. Or do you want me to
yes,
create the PR?
yes,
Okay, now I think that I'm ready for my changes. I can go and create my PR. Okay, okay, so I'll sorry, I'm logged in this other browser, so I'll just create it over here.
yes.
Sorry. Compare and pull request. This is the one that you were mentioning, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So this, if you are able to see this option, that means that you have successfully pushed all your changes into a remote repository.
So I can
I
write
just
whatever
hope they
message I
don't
want for the
classify.
maintenance to see.
Oh. Please don't.
Yeah.
Please don't make me
So
accountable for spamming.
this is our own repo. We can write whatever we want. But anyway, so this is what I'm writing over here. I can write any message for the maintainer or any reviewers that are there. And then also I can assign reviewers over here. So I can't see any person that has contributors to this repo, but otherwise I should be able to add reviewers over here. So suppose let's try this. It can't take my alias. Okay, fine. When you have more people in the repo, you can add reviewers over here. You can assign someone as the owner of this PR also, and then you can add a label saying Hacktoberfest because this is a Hacktoberfest related this one, and then you can add more things over here. But for now, let's keep it simple. I added some description. I added an assignee to this who is responsible for merging this, and a label to this PR. And also I can just see my preview, like whatever I've written here. Okay, this is good. And also I can add screenshots over here, like see. So suppose, let's say I have this just like that. Okay, something. and then I added a screenshot. So what happens with this is you're adding more credibility to your PR. You're adding some description and also adding an image saying that, hey, when you see my changes, this is how my changes would be. You can add any other image over here. I just added a sample image. And then when I say create pull request, you're just creating a new pull request. Yes, yeah, take over.
Yeah. So now that Hardhik has created a pull request, so as I explain, so the process here will be the same as I explained earlier while I used the GUI for opening a pull request. So only the additional thing is that here the maintainer has added a Hacktoberfest label now. So actually, what is happening nowadays is that in the in the name of Hacktoberfest and just to get t-shirts and swags, what people are doing is they are spamming by opening irrelevant pull requests. So some examples of irrelevant pull requests might be adding a dot to a document or making some spelling corrections that are very small, and essentially just adding comments into a document. So these are some of the examples that I have seen now in last couple of days. So people are doing this just to get t-shirts and swags, and that is really just disheartening to see because it is not in the spirit of open source. And the reason why Hacktoberfest was created was to make people more aware about Hacktoberfest, about open source, and about how to contribute to the community in general. So here, so to just to make sure that the PRs that are being opened by contributors are valid now, so GitHub has added a special label called Hacktoberfest, and only those issues or pull requests that have Hacktoberfest as a label will be considered valid by DigitalOcean. So here, as you can see, we can also change the label. Not we, but the maintainer can also change the label. So if the maintainer thinks that, okay, this contribution will not be I don't want to add this to my main code base. So what they will do is they will just either they can close the pull request, or they can add some kind of label like not a Hacktoberfest label. So these are some of the steps that a maintainer can take in order to make sure that valid contributions are being made in the open source community.
I can add any number of labels saying, hey, this is a bug. So yeah, I'm fixing a bug or a documentation or a duplicate or enhancement. Good first issue. Yeah. So please create PRs. Please edit readmes. Please don't hesitate for that. But when you're adding labels saying Hacktoberfest, please make sure that those PRs are of some value so that people are reviewing them also, like for Hacktoberfest, value their time, right? So create readmes, create PRs, do whatever you want. But when you're using this label, be mindful, is what Shreya is trying to say.
Yes. So now what the
Yeah. And
maintainer
I
will
added
do
a good first
is,
issue. Yeah.
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 So the maintainer will now merge this issue if they want find it. Okay, so this branch has conflicts that must, yeah, so that's a good thing that is happening because now we can also show conflict resolution.
So guys, this is another important topic. Please pay attention. When you have some changes that are uh, modifying a file which other people have also modified, this conflicts can happen, and you need to go and be mindful of what changes you want to have it in the final version. So you need to resolve those conflicts.
Yes, and how you can resolve is by clicking on the resolve conflicts option. And now here you can see that which lines are causing conflict. So I am Satvik.
So this is the syntax that you can see the conflicts files in. It will give you the branch name, and whatever is there in between this less than symbols and this other one are the changes that are coming from your branch. and the changes that are there in main branch are the ones from here to the this greater than main. So you can choose to have either your changes or their changes, or you can merge both of them. So yeah, Shreya, you want to guide how to
Yeah,
resolve
so
it?
I guess I am not able to understand like how this is a conflict, but I guess it's up to the maintainer to decide like if they want to add both the changes or either the first or the second change. It's completely
So
up
what
to the
happened over here
maintainer.
was, yeah, so what happened here was this names and hi Ashish Kumar were there in the main branch already. We had added these lines after that in 567, but someone else also added it in 567. So it shows that these are conflicting. I'll just remove this tags. So to resolve it, basically you need to remove whatever lines are there with this particular labels, right? So I'll just remove my branch name. I will remove this line and also this line. So I want to say that, hey, this is the final version that I want to have after resolving my changes. So basically in this change, this file should look like this, like whatever changes you absolutely want in the final version and no metadata, whatever that was there, right? So yeah, so once I have cleared that, hey, these are the changes that I want to have, and I resolved all of the conflicting lines that were there, conflicting changes that were there, I can go and mark as resolved, right? Right, Shreya?
Yes.
So it says that, hey, all of the changes have been resolved because there are no other greater than, less than, all of those things. Then once these changes have resolved, I need to create a new commit with these changes saying that, hey, these are the actual changes that I wanted to have, not the previous commit. So I will create a new commit on top of the previous one on my branch only. So when I said commit merge, it creates a new commit with the resolved changes on my branch and updates my branch, essentially updating the pull request also. So when you see over here, merge main branch into this is the new merge commit that had created for the conflict resolution. So if you go to the commits section, you'll see that there will be two commits. One is the one that I had created 13 minutes ago with my changes, but then I saw some conflicts and then resolved them and created another resolved new version of the file with a new commit, which is merge main branch into my branch. Shreya, you want to
Yes.
continue from here?
I will just wait for the page to get loaded and then I will explain all the things. So as
Okay.
Hardhik described, now we can see that there are two commits. So the latest commit is merge branch main into Hacktoberfest. So what that commit merge did was it updated the changes that were made in the branch and it also updated the pull request. So now if we will go to now this pull request is still open and now we have to see whether the pull request is now the changes that we have made uh, do they still conflict with the merge branch or not, and since they haven't, since we have marked them as resolved, so we can go to this pull request and we can now merge it.
So before merging, I think we need to review it. I'm waiting for the reviewer. Where is the
Oh yeah,
reviewer?
I thought you had the right access.
I have, but I
That's
just want to, you know. Okay, fine. So guys, so now we created a PR. Now say suppose I am the reviewer. I'm switching roles now. Suddenly I became the reviewer. I go to files changed. Yeah. So when I go to the files change tab, I see that, hey, this person, whoever has created this PR is awesome person. He has added two lines over here. They have added two lines over here. So now what I'll do is, as a reviewer, as a maintainer of this repo, as the owner of this repo, I want to have high quality commits only coming in. So if I see something that is missing over here, I'll just go add a comment over here, right? Hey, this is a good change, right? I know you're not a bot. Don't kid around like that. I just want to have any conversation that I want, or say, why don't you like why don't you add more comments in the code? Like I can have any message that I want to push, I want to
hmm.
tell to the person who's creating the PR. Then I'll just start a review. I can add more comments over here. Hey, I didn't know you. and just add whatever comments that you want. And at the end, you can just say finish your review. You can approve it, right? You're approving the pull request as the owner. Okay, so I created it, so I cannot approve, but someone else can approve. But otherwise, when you click approve and just say submit review, and then the other person comes to this page and sees it, they will see that, hey, your pull request has already been approved, and then you can go and merge it. Can someone approve it? I don't know.
I guess you can do that. You have the you are the admin, right?
I can't approve it because I created it from this user account. There should be more admins to this repos who can do it, I guess.
Okay. So I guess Priya can do that.
Yeah. Priya, are you on the call? Can you approve this PR?
Hello? Yeah.
Hello? Yeah, Priya, can you
Can you
approve
go to
this
this?
PR?
What I need to do?
You need to approve the pull request that
Okay. Yeah.
Hardhik has
I'm
made.
doing it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I see that some person has reviewed it and left some comments over here. Hey, this is a good change. I know you're not a bot. Why don't you add more comments in the code? I'll add them from. So I am as a user, right? I created the PR, so I'm addressing their comments. I'll add them from next time. Thanks for noticing. And then I'll
And
just say comment.
also,
I can also resolve. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
And
Sure.
also, while you are, having a conversation with the maintainer, just be polite, be courteous, and even if you feel that your whatever changes that you have made are not being valued enough according to you, be sure to just maintain a very polite tone, because that is what's being appreciated in an open source community. Yeah, so always use words like can you please do this, or what do you want me to do about this, like maintain a very polite tone. So this is something that you can learn while you are reading all the discussions in the PRs and the issue section. And as we go down, uh, uh, as you can see, the pull request was successfully merged and closed. So here you can see that we can see a revert option as well. So what this revert option does is, let's say if you made some change and now you feel that okay, now I don't want to have this change in the main code base. So I can revert. I can click on revert, and my main code base will go back to the initial stage, the stage before this commit was made, before this PR was merged. So we can also do that, but we don't want to do that here. So now that we have successfully, merged a branch, the Hacktoberfest main branch with the main branch, so there is no need for this branch now, right? So we can delete that branch as well. So once you have completed your work, it is very much recommended that you delete the branch so that it does not cause, confusion among the people who are, exploring this repository. So you don't need to worry about permanently deleting a branch, because you can restore that as well. So in Git and GitHub, nothing is permanent, so you don't need to worry about that. And but just make sure that whatever you are doing it in your own separate branch, and not you are not directly handling the main code base, the main branch, the master branch. Although they are changing the master branch to main branch, I guess.
Yes, that's happening.
Yeah. So I hope this clarifies the process of opening the PR and all the questions that you guys had around open source, around GitHub, around commits, around branching, around merging, around command line. I hope this session was informative for you guys, and it helped you in making your first pull requests. So if you have any doubts up till now, you can ask me. We are here.
Hello.
Hello.
I have a doubt. Like, if some means if someone has just created a project and he mentioned a issue in it, then somebody comes and says that okay, I'll take that issue, and he creates another issue inside it, like a nested one. And then the C person comes and he says that okay, I'll contribute to the B's issue. Then the C is contributing to the both project, or it is only the B. He's just completing the task for B's issue.
Okay, so you are saying that
Can
first
you?
A. Yeah, can you repeat it?
I'll just write it down
Yeah,
over here.
I have written in the chat section.
I don't think we have access to chat.
Yeah.
Vanshis, can you please write it once again? If it won't
No
It's
problem.
already. Can you describe it?
Yeah. If
Okay.
A creates a project and he mentions the issue in it, and then B comes into the picture and he says that I'll take this issue, and he creates another issue inside that issue, means like a nested issue, if we can say that. And then
Okay.
C comes and he says that I'll contribute to B's issue. I know this is sounds something complicated,
No,
but
Oh,
good,
I'm
good.
getting an Inception feeling.
then C says that I'll contribute to B's issue. So the C is contributing to both A and B issues, or just only completing the task for B's issue.
Okay, so after you said that C will contribute to B's issue, did you say?
Right.
Did you just also say that B will contribute to C's issue?
No,
Okay,
C is just
so
doing the task.
okay. So if A has created, I think Hardhik can explain this better because even I have not worked with nested issues.
So it's okay. Like where did you hear about this nested issue? Because I have never heard about this nested issue before. So
No,
when you go to
it's
issues
not
page, you
like
can
a
create a new
nested
issue.
issue. I have seen like people do, like they create a task, then they create another task inside it and mark that as a new issue. So I had
Yeah, so
that
that can
query
happen. So
in my mind.
yeah, so what happens is when you create a first issue, right? Then you
Right.
say you want to create another issue. I'll say this is the second issue created by B. And here, when you say hash and then you give this number 23, right? You can say that you can refer to that issue over here. Was created
Hmm.
by A, and B has added the following lines. So I just added more lines to it. So what is happening over here is you're creating another issue and you're also referring the other issue over here. So what here you'll see that when I refresh this page, see. So second issue created by B mentioned this issue now. So what is happening over here is this
Oh,
issue was created by A, but then B has created another issue and mentioned this particular issue over there. So what I'm guessing you're trying to say is this person C, the third person, had come and wants to resolve this particular issue, right?
Right.
Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, so it's okay, right? So if I am C and have resolved this issue with a PR, say what was the other PR number of us created by A? Let's see. I'm just saying what PRs were closed, right? So suppose this was the PR that was created by one Shaj, and this number is 22. So now I'll just say, I think we can reference PR using, okay,
I
I
think
don't remember,
using.
but yeah, with a PR, say I'll just add this link over here, this whole URL, and then I'll say this was resolved with that. Now what happens is when you go to this PR page, okay, 22, right? I refresh this page. Now here, so it will say that mention this particular pull request in this particular issue. That means you are indicating to a maintainer pull request has a kind of address this particular issue. So once this pull request has been merged, right? So this issue has been resolved. So you can go and say, hey, this was resolved. This is resolved in this particular PR, in the PR mentioned, and then I can go and close this comment, close with comment. So basically, you're essentially only closing this particular issue over here, and the other issue is not closed or not even affected by this. So you don't have to worry about this issue being closed because you only resolved one of the issues. So this will still be active and independent of that. But it will still say that this issue was mentioned over there. And if as a maintainer that I see that if this issue is resolved, that means this also should be resolved, then I can go and close this also, right? So it's up to you.
Okay.
Have I answered your question about multiple issues?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially what is happening here was that we are not creating an issue within an issue, but we are mentioning one issue in another issue, or we are mentioning a issue
Yes.
in a pull request. So it's just a matter of mentioning that, and that mention is being showed inside the issue, the first issue that was created.
Yes.
Okay, any other doubts do you have? Okay, there's one more thing that I wanted you guys to introduce to. Hardhik, can you search for MLH fellow, MLH fellowship?
Sorry. Sorry. 1 second.
No worries.
MLH fellowship.
Fellowship.
Okay.
So, can you go to the website? So, what is MLH Fellowship? MLH Fellowship is another open source program that is started this year by Major League Hacking, that is MLH. Essentially what it is doing is it's providing a 12 weeks internship program, so that you can sharpen your development skills, and also you can contribute to a open source community. So it is very similar to GSOC, except it happens quarterly every year, and they also provide a stipend. And once you are part of a cohort, after that they also involve you with the internal team at MLH. So, and also the process for becoming a MLH fellow is different from participating in a GSOC program. So for MLH, they have a test, they have some interview. So you can see all about their process on this website. So the reason why why I'm talking about this is because nowadays there are many open source programs through which one can learn about open source, one can learn about development also, and at the same time you also get to interact and collaborate with other developers from all over the world, which essentially sharpens your skills and your personality as a person and as a software developer as well. Because as Hardhik knows it very well, when we are in the corporate world, when we are working as a software developer, we are not working alone, and we are working with different teams at different time zones. So to essentially we have to adapt ourselves to all those kind of situations. So for doing that, we these programs are a very good way of familiarizing ourselves with the open source culture, the development culture, and the open source culture. So I will create a link in this repository. I will create a document in the repository, and I will add all these links about the open source programs so that you guys can just check everything there. And it's a very interesting way to network with other developers as well. So I'm sure that you will love these programs a lot once you will get to interact with the people there, and you also get to learn a lot. So I'm sure that you guys will learn a lot, and you will just grow as a person as well.
Wow, I did not know this MLH internship, this fellowship. This is really good. I wish I knew this in college. But yeah, you
It
people still
started
have
this
chance.
year.
Please go do it.
It
Oh,
started this year actually.
I'm going to share it with my friends who are in college. This is really good.
Definitely, because I know people around me who have worked on the React community, on the Jest, and there's Next.js. So you can see these are some of the really popular open source communities, and that too they're not small communities. I mean, they are maintained by Facebook and by very big companies. So these are some of the communities that are being handled by companies. So I think this will be a very good learning experience for you guys.
Yeah,
So as you can see, this is the
nice.
official repository for React that is being maintained by Facebook.
Yeah, so this is the thing that I was mentioning about, right? There are 50 million developers daily contributing to this repos, and you have a chance to actually work with Facebook engineer parallelly. Like you usually don't get a chance to work with them unless you're working for Facebook itself. But here you see that Facebook has created this React repository and they open sourced it. And the people who are working on it are all kinds of people, like even the employees of Facebook themselves contribute to this. You and me also can contribute to this. It's so simple. There is no barrier, there is no restriction of who can go. I can go here, I can create a pull request right away, right? It's that simple. So yeah,
Definitely.
it's your chance to go and create impact and like shine.
And also, I would like to add my personal experience. In MLH, when MLH came to India last year, October, I had a chance to participate in their hackathon. In their that was their first hackathon in the APAC region. So I participated in that hackathon, and out of 900 people, more than 900 people, my team's project was awarded the best beginner prize. So, and during that time, what I want to stress upon is that I got to work with with developers from Microsoft. So there's this engineer known, his name is Christopher Harrison. So he's a Python web developer, and he was a mentor for the in the hackathon, and Microsoft was also there. So while we were working on a project, we were encountering some issues with Azure and basically using JavaScript with Azure. So we got to we when we presented our issue to Christopher, he worked on the code for around 3 hours, and during that time we were also able to interact with him about the development practices, about the code base, and about how to approach a problem in hackathons, and how to we were just talking a lot about coding and programming and development. So that I still remember that they gave me a very different perspective about development and and about people who are working as software developers. So all these the chances to interact with engineers from Facebook, from Microsoft, from Google, from other big corporations, essentially, they they change your perspective about things, and they also motivate you to follow your passion to to build stuff, to create to solve problems, to solve real life problems, to create something of your own. So what I want to say here is that just explore whatever you can see around yourself, and you will be so very surprised at what you are what you will encounter, because the type of because the whatever thinking mindset that you have right now, it is very much possible that by interacting with people from such people such experienced people, you might have a you might change your perspective about stuff like development, like coding, like anything. So that's why I feel that it is very important to just out of your comfort zone and just interact with people, just explore new technologies, explore new communities, and be open minded. That's what I would like to say in college, because you never know what you are going to become, because like from my personal experience, in my second year, I did not wanted to pursue a career in tech. I wanted to pursue a career into non-tech, but that changed over the past 2 years, and that is because I interact with so many people from all over the world, and it has shaped my mindset, and it has made me more aware of what I want to do in the future and what I am passionate about. And I think that's really important, because most of us are just motivated by what we see around ourselves. So if we are seeing that, okay, this person is getting into FANG companies, or they are doing these projects, or let's say XYZ person is going into GSOC program, so we are motivated by all these people, but we should not limit ourselves to our situation, right? We should learn to overcome our challenges, our problems, and just explore the outside world. That is what I want to say. So with the MLH fell, I will share all these links in the repository. I will do that after the session.
Hi,
So yeah.
hi Shreya. Actually, somebody has asked this question. Is this MLH fellowship for beginners or for only those who are experts in coding?
So if you have some experience in in development, like if you have made some personal projects, I mean, you need to have some experience, not very much. So let's say you have learned web development 2 months ago, and now you have built some personal projects, 2, 3 personal projects, but you have made them from scratch, and and it is being shown on your GitHub. So we can see by your commit graph, we can see that whether you have worked on the project yourself or whether you have just cloned the project and uploaded on GitHub. So what you need to essentially show on GitHub is that you have actually worked on a project, right? So for MLH Fellow, what you can do is you can start a development. Like if you want to start machine learning, you can start that, Android learning or web development. And it is very much important that you stick to just one technology at a time. And don't get confused and just run towards every technology. You don't need to do that. Just stick to one technology, learn it properly, then build some personal projects on that. Okay, and by doing that, you will have developed your GitHub profile very well, and then after that you can apply to MLH, because what they're essentially looking for is your passion to build stuff, to build meaningful products that can solve real life problems, and your passion towards open source development, or whether you are ready to learn new things or not. So that is what they are looking for. And don't worry, even if you don't have much coding experience, it doesn't matter, because this program is for beginners only, like not for like complete beginners, like people who don't have any idea about software engineering or coding. No, it's not for people like them, but for someone who has, let's say, at least 2 months of coding experience, I would say. So yeah, I hope this answers your question.
Yes, Shreya, that was quite good. I got it. Is there
Okay.
any question you guys wanna ask?
No, I wanted to say one thing over here. Like Shreya has given an amazing example of why you should not be scared and why how interacting with more people is helpful. Like that is why you should attend more and more hackathons, I would say. Hackathons and even try to review PRs, like review others' pull requests, like review or just contribute minimal changes. So while we were just talking, right, randomly we came to Facebook React page, and the first pull request is so simple to understand. It's so simple and so elegant. It's just like a simple small, HTML, right? Treat time tag as a normal HTML tag. There was some issue that a person noticed that React is not treating the time tag, and it's not something he's not doing some quantum physics or something over here. It's just so simple, right? He just saw that there's some change that he can make. He made it. You can go and read all the description. It's simple. Very here he has made a good attempt to explain this in plain English, saying Chrome 62 did not have this feature and they're going to support it. So before in 2022, before the Chrome suppresses this, I want to remove that code. So he went and he made just two simple file changes. He removed some code that was not needed, and then those are also just most of them are comments, right? It's not even like he's changed some big code or something. He has added just one small if condition with 3 lines, and he has actually got it approved and is going to be merged now. So this is how simple it is. You go create a PR, you see an opportunity, you go make those changes. If you go to the bottom of this, you can say that all checks have passed. This branch has no conflicts with the base branch and can merge pull request. That's how simple it is, right? You see an opportunity, however small, don't hesitate. Go create a pull request with your changes. If it is not up to the mark, they will respond. They will give you suggestions. They will help you create it better. So just go and explore. And one more thing
Definitely.
that I wanted to say was it's not only about technology that you need to go and learn complex technologies like React or Facebook to go and contribute. There are like really famous ones. I think I opened it somewhere. So how do you start, right? So you go to the GitHub. Okay, sorry. So you go to the GitHub homepage and then say, I'm bored today. I want to explore something. So you can go, you can search based on topics, based on collections. You can see what is trending. You can go to the Learning Lab and learn. So this Learning Lab is a great place to have different workshops. This introduction to GitHub, and so basically this is the first thing that anyone would want to do. Introduction to GitHub is a very basic course that if you're starting with Git, you should do this course, and it will only guide you through with each and every command that you need to get started and what it does. It explains it in a very easy fashion, and this is one thing that anyone should do. And if I want to, just surf around GitHub and see what things are going on around, I can go to this explore and then click on collections, trending, or learning labs. So if I click on collections, I come to this page. So this collection has like any topic, it has all of the repos with different collections. So if I want to learn how to code, I click on this particular collection thing, and then there are 30 seconds of code, Rails, free code camp, hello world. Like there are so many repositories that you can go and just explore, right? A list of awesome beginner friendly projects. This is what I exactly wanted when I wanted to start. So I go and click on this. Then I go here and see that, hey, there are so many languages that I can go and explore, right? If I go and click on TypeScript, he has a list of all the projects that have good first contribution and simple PRs that I can create. So yes, don't hesitate to this. Yeah. So here. And I can also go and explore based on topics. So if I want to learn Redux, Electron, or Python, or Google, so if I want to see what all Google projects are there that are open source, right? So I go and see here, and these are actual code that Google engineers have written and open sourced it. So what is stopping you? You can go and see their own code. You can learn how they code, learn the structure, learn the comments, how they create the PRs. Everything is open sourced. So yeah, go explore, have fun.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I
And there is
actually learned electron.js by exploring the repository because and also there's one more program, Google Summer of Docs. So that is a program for technical documentation. So actually, it is because of that program that I got introduced to electron.js, and that's how I learned of JavaScript framework as well simultaneously. And I also created content on electron.js because it was because they had raised the issue in their repository that they wanted to improve the documentation of electron.js. So what we are trying to say is that by exploring all these repositories on any basis, on the basis of technology, or by just randomly choose any repository and just browse through their code, browse through the readme, browse through the code base, and just you will get a sense of what is happening there. And also and one of the most important reasons why I would encourage you to use open source is because you get to read other people's code, and you also get to edit them or to analyze what they are doing, to debug them. And I feel that is the most important and most underrated skill of a software developer, because essentially what you will be doing when you will be going in a company is that you will always be using other people's code, or you will in a team, if you're working in a team, you will always be collaborating with other people's codes. So you really need to understand what the other person has written, and it is not easy all the time. I would really stress upon that, because the way you write a code might be very different from how the other person is writing the code. So it also familiarize you with different coding styles, different syntaxes, not syntaxes, but different writing styles, I would say. So this is also one of the very powerful advantages of open source.
Yes. And if you want to get started immediately, go here, go to GitHub topics. You can see that popular topics. Someone is, so the Hacktoberfest is already trending. Go click on Hacktoberfest label. You can see all of the issues, PRs, whatever is there, tagged with Hacktoberfest. Yeah. So yeah, go ahead, see what all people are doing with respect to Hacktoberfest. It's very simple, right? So yeah.
So I think we have covered pretty much everything.
Yeah.
But still, if you guys have any doubts, you can ask us.
Ask them
It was
doubts,
such
and
a great experience actually.
I was asking
Yeah,
them
as
doubts, and
organizers also we got
they are saying that we do not have any doubt, because we literally the speakers covered all the tips, bits, and everything. It was
yeah, and we
really
got
a
actually so
positive.
much to learn in this.
I hope we
That's
didn't overwhelm
awesome.
you.
Yeah, I would like to request the attendees who are present with us to unmute themselves and give their feedback. Mrunmay, Priyanka, Subham, Suryanshu, Swapnil, Tridev, Vanshaj,
Students,
if anyone, if you could just unmute yourself and speak how the overall event was.
yeah, yeah. Mrunmay,
Experience was like I have started attending such like fests and seminars, webinars in this lockdown. So this was the best experience. Like first thing that you people are in the industry, so you know, and giving us tips and things that we should do in this state. Like we are in student state, so this was actually good, and Shreya, thanks a lot, like for giving various links for from where we can like begin our coding experience. So my experience was really good, and thank you to all of the speakers today.
Thank you for attending the session, I would say, because it is always a great experience to, interact with new people. And I guess that is one of the reasons that I attending workshops, and I love to collaborate with other amazing people like Hardhik here. He's such an amazing guy. I mean, he has explained everything so easily. Even I was listening it and I was like, okay, how come I did not know this topic? Like, I got this feeling from time to time, like, seriously. So, I feel that by interacting with new people, you always get to learn something or the other. So, it is never like, okay, now I know everything about this topic. It is never like that.
Yes. It's a
So I
constant
would
learning phase.
say
Even
that
I'm learning, you're learning, everyone is learning.
Yes.
also I would like to say actually Shreya faced a technical problem since she managed it all without letting us know that her
Yeah.
lap hello uh, she had a technical problem still she managed it all through iPad,
Yeah, that was great.
like presenting through iPad is like is really remarkable.
Actually, I think that is like committing through my promise because once I've committed,
You
I
guys
cannot
are having
just go back.
conversations.
And I don't
So
think
I see
presenting through
there,
iPad is a problem. Like, it was not a problem for me. But yeah, the command line part, I think that was one hurdle, but we overcame that uh, with the help from Hardhik.
mm, yeah, so thanks for the feedback, guys. And I see there are about 12 attendees. So out of them, five are our panelists and organizers. So I think there are seven people. So I think it's pretty. I mean, it's what I can say is it's a good opportunity that you can have at least one-on-one. So if there are more like 100 people, right? So you can't tell everyone, you can't give your email address to everyone and ask them to contact. So there are only seven people.
Yes,
Please go ahead. Please ask your questions, whatever you want. This is a good chance. And we already gave our email address. You can, I think, Priyadarshni and Swastik can give our contacts. And please feel free to reach out and share this material with friends. You can collaborate with your friends and help them. And basically, it's a team game, right? Open source is a team game. So yeah.
definitely.
Uh, Yes, sir. I have reviews from some of the attendees. They are actually facing some mic issues, so they have written in the chat box. If I could quote them. So, sir,
Okay.
Tridip Barik says that thanks a lot, organizers and speakers, for such an informative evening. Really loved it. And Swapnil Nayak, he says that, Saran ma'am, just loved the way you explained all the things. We as beginners can't ask for a better start. It was so beautifully explained in a simplified manner. Ma'am and sir, if you could have any more sessions in future, would be really great. So that's what Swapnil Naik feels.
Thank you for all those amazing feedbacks. And about the future sessions, so I am hosting another session later this month. It is on 21st October. So I will be speaking on how to hack the technical interviews. So in that, I will be essentially walking through some coding problems, and in that you will have to solve some problems, and the environment will be totally interview based environment. So it will be like it will be very similar to how you sit in an interview, and I will be guiding you on how to approach a problem and how to walk through the problem and how to make sure that the interviewer is able to follow you as well. And also, I will be sharing some tips and tricks on how to get started with data structures and algorithm and essentially competitive coding. So you can, I will share all those details with Priya and Swastik.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, I've
yeah,
through the mails. That would be really helpful because understanding DS and algo is very difficult.
definitely. Even I had a hard time learning all of those concepts, and I think I got placed very recently, like last month. So I want to give back to the community as well because it was because of the communities that I was able to get so much help from other people whenever I had some doubts or whenever I wanted someone to take my mock interview or any kind of help. So that's why I really want you guys to join this session and just make the best use out of it.
is really so good. Like being your selfless nature and presenting everything in an intriguing manner, really overwhelmed
Yeah,
by
same.
your
I'm like,
vision. We have
you
a
really
Yeah,
explained
group
all
and
the concepts very well.
Surya,
Surya, so
Yes,
thanks
ma'am.
a
Like
lot.
all the concepts you told were,
Yep, Suryansu.
yeah, actually, ma'am, I was saying, like all the concepts you explained were so clear. Like I have been working with GitHub for almost 2 to 3 months now, but there was so many stuff I didn't even know, like code spaces, marketplace. I never had even thought of using them. So they were like so good to learn that such stuff existed in GitHub and we can use that. So it was really interesting to know about them.
Yeah, so I guess it's just a matter of time before you start, exploring all these options, because unless the need arises, you don't you don't explore all those options, right? So I guess it's all just when you start, working in development, when you start working on projects, when you start working in hackathons, along with other teams, that's when you start exploring all these options. So it's not the case that you just immediately start, exploring everything. So no, it happens with time, and you have to be patient with the process, because even today I would say that there are many things on GitHub that I might not know, and about open source that I might not know, but I will learn that with time. And when I do, I will also share all of those tricks and tips with the communities.
Yes.
Awesome. So to add on to what Shreya has said, like for interviews, right? GitHub has an amazing pool of repositories even for interviews. So if you go to GitHub and say, I just was scrolling through in front of you only, I found this in front-end interview handbook. So here, if I see this interview questions tag, right? So it will list all of the repositories with interview questions. So yeah, so you have this interview. Someone has created a repo with interviews, and he has all of the questions, answers, links to online judges, Instagram of I don't know what all. Like you can see, right? Data structures, algorithms, greedy algorithms. He has all the topics covered. So you can use GitHub for everything, even for your interview preparation, even for like it's such a huge community right now with 100+ million repositories, 100 million plus. So you can imagine what all stuff you can find over here. So if you want to see, like, have fun, right? Say I want to try something new today. So suppose I want to download YouTube video. So say GitHub, YouTube video downloader code. I don't know. It might be there, right? So say I see that someone has already created a code for YouTube downloader. I can just go, and there are many actually, not even one. So I can, I'm comfortable with this one. I just use it. There is a how do I install it? How do I use it? And I can download any YouTube video that I want. And I can also, the best part is I can go to the code and actually see how they're actually doing it. So downloader.js, there's a JavaScript file. Okay, fine. Wow, awesome. So, okay, this is the request URL and this is how he's downloading it. And this is how on you get a response, he's creating a file stream, he's downloading and just, he's just creating a file from the YouTube video and the whole code is there. So what is stopping you from exploring? You can go have fun, right? If I like comics, say I want to see open source comics, GitHub comics. Let's see if there is something. Oh yeah, GitHub Topics comics. Awesome. There are people actually doing comics stuff on GitHub. Yeah, so this is what I'm trying to say. You can find anything and everything on GitHub and you can contribute to it. That's the best part. So all the best, guys. If you have any more questions, we can do it, or I think we can wrap it up also.
Yeah,
I
I
love
think we were
this way
supposed
of
to wrap it up by 8:15, but it's 9:40. So I guess we can all admit that we had fun today.
yeah,
we did
yeah.
definitely, ma'am. It was a lot of fun, and
Also,
like
tomorrow
people
is
stick.
Sunday. We can take a long break. Swastik, can we?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It's time to wrap up. Yeah, we are already much ahead of the
Last
schedule
but
actually.
not the least. Last
So
but not the
I
least.
just wanted to take a screenshot of all the speakers along with the organizers.
Yeah, yeah.
Can we
Sure, sure.
can we do that? I mean, parallelly share
We just have,
screens. Oh, yeah, I can
yeah,
see.
yeah.
I was not prepared for
Okay.
this thing. Okay.
We can also ask the attendees to turn on their screens. Okay, so I was under the impression that all the previous speakers have gone.
No. Like there was a lot of good synchronization with the speakers too. Everyone is, I think, active. They were active for a long period of time.
Oh, wow, that's nice. So, do we
Hey
have
guys,
more people?
really a nice session and really very nice to connect with you all. And thank you all the attendees as well.
Guys, can you turn on the video?
I'm actually connected to the desktop. Actually, my laptop battery went down, so I cannot, unfortunately, I cannot connect
Okay,
with the webcam.
fine.
Yes.
It's all right. So, all those people who are able to do that, please do so, because I want to take a
Yeah, I'm just,
screenshot of.
yeah, I'm making everyone an organizer so that they also can turn on their webcam. So you guys can switch on your camera.
Yeah, if you're comfortable, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. So everyone can just turn on your camera. You're all added as organizers, so you have the access.
And don't worry about being judged. Everyone's screen is so small that we are not even seeing everyone completely.
Yes.
Okay,
We have
hi.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Yay, the party is getting bigger.
Hi.
So, how did you guys like the session?
It was too good.
And any feedbacks, like any constructive feedback, what we could have improved on? Or-
Actually, the theory part was like it was slower in the starting, so we could have like preponed the practical one, hands-on.
Okay. And what about you, Suja? Are you able to hear us?
As I said that like it was one of the best events I attended. Like every speaker was so clear about all the topics he spoke about. It was so great.
Thank you. It feels nice to hear that, actually. And do we have more people, or is that it?
Actually,
They're
everyone
not.
is exhausted with the data. That's what they're saying.
Oh, I'll
So,
Also,
stop sharing my screen
I,
then.
oh, okay.
Uh,
Did I already
yeah,
stop sharing my screen?
uh,
a
yeah,
lot of people
I've
have
done that.
exhausted the data, and
Okay,
that is where
thanks.
they're coming in and going out, coming in and going out.
Oh,
So let me take the screenshot.
Okay.
I have already
Yeah,
taken.
just happy faces.
एक second. एक second. Just a minute.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
someone quit.
Yeah,
Wait,
we are
wait,
all
wait.
ready.
I'm not there.
Okay, fine. Yeah, great. Uh,
Lastly, I want to speak on a finishing note. Last but
Okay.
not the least, from thinking to organize this event till organizing it successfully, I would extend my deep thanks to every one of you We truly felt inspired by the various presentations and we saw and all the conversations we had throughout the day. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day to share your expertise. I'm sure all the participants have gained so much of valuable insights. Also, we had a review from a guy uh, when he is saying when we entered into the session, we didn't have any knowledge about open source, and now we are returning with bags full of so much of knowledge. It was such a positive experience. We would be very happy and would love to hear you again in the future. We are overwhelmed. Also, I would like to thank you, Swastik, for
Thank you so much to my co-organizer too. And all the speakers, sir and ma'am, thank you so much for joining us and considering our request and giving such a valuable time and making this event such a bunch
Yes.
ocean of knowledge, I would say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stay safe, guys. Bye.
Bye bye.
bye guys.
Bye bye.
Time to stand up.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Happy Sunday.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Bye people.
Okay.